Let's see if we're working. Are you working? Are you working? Are we working? Are we working? Hi. Hi, how you doing? Now we wait. I don't know what happened. I have a round desk, and I just realized I am, like, not on the correct curve of my desk. I've, like, moved off to the side. That's very concerning. Anyway, hello. We're doing something a little different today. I should probably mute myself in the Discord so everyone else is, like, not listening to me scream. That would be responsible of me. Like that. See, I'm tech savvy. Anywho. So I forgot this was happening until yesterday, and then I forgot it was happening again until like 2.5 hours ago. So apologies for the late notice. It was also late notice for me too, although I was aware of it on multiple occasions, many times. So, that's what happens. That's what happens when you have no concept of time, which is me. How's everybody doing? We're waiting for everybody just to kind of like get settled and let people trickle in and stuff. So, I was just gonna like run around and do my daily commissions a little bit because I haven't done them yet today. While we're kind of waiting. Lore chat at 5 a.m. What? No, go to bed. There will be a VOD. There will be a VOD. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, wait. Hold on. I'm saying hello in one thing. They can't hear me.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. There we go. Now we can all hear each other.
Yes.
Hello.
Okay, I believe that I am connected with Kiryu and Owlet's chats. Wait, I think how do I open... Ah! We are connected, but I don't know how... Okay, wait, I'm opening the window. I need to connect the chats, that's the thing. Okay, start sharing chat. Okay, we should be connected now. Let's go!
Oh, for YouTube chat. So there's multiple Twitch streams going on at the same time. People are trying to stream their own thing, and they're like combining their Twitch chats. I can't do that. So you guys are on your own.
Yeah, so if you guys have any questions, we'll be trying to take them. This will mostly be a discussion like between ourselves, but we do like to take audience questions whenever we can, because honestly, we love interacting with everyone. If you do have questions, come to one of our Twitch channels and drop them in there because we have that shared chat feature on Kiryu, Owlet, and my own stream. So if you type your question in any of those chats, we should be able to see them and read them. So we'll try our best to keep up. I think there's going to be a lot of people here today. And there's a lot to talk about as well. So please bear with us.
If you're in Ashikai's chat, you're just going to have to deal with Jibby. So, Jibby, you're in charge. Like, I give you that power.
There's more than one mod in my chat today. It's okay. We're good. We're good.
Well, Jibby's kind of the best at bullying, so...
Who is Jibby? I love bullies. And hello.
Jibby is
I just think of
Ashikai's
iCarly.
#1 bully.
Sorry, what was that?
He's my mod.
Oh, okay. Nice. We love mods
But
here.
also a
love
bully, yes. But, I mean,
I
to
have
be
the
fair,
power to ban your viewers.
somewhat deserved.
Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. Please, no mods in any of the shared chats. Please do not ban anyone because it bans them from all 3 streams.
Yo, Eve is looking for a ban right now. Let's go.
No.
This is too much power to give, I think, to the other streamers. Respectfully.
This is a very interesting feature.
This is a little too much power.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
I'm glad I don't have that power because, as Owl knows,
Katie misclicks
I died.
and bans people.
I've banned Owl before.
Aw, my poor Shalonen.
She banned me from my own stream.
That would
was an
be.
accident.
Wait,
It was an
how does that work? If you ban someone you're streaming
That was
with from
funny.
your own chat,
No.
Or was it in someone else's?
It was Wigan back when.
Oh
Wigan
yeah,
was-
you banned me in Wig stream. Thanks
Yeah.
for that.
Wigan was like an OG lore YouTuber. I don't know if anyone remembers her, but I remember her.
So very quickly, I am very concerned if I am like echoing at all. So
Sound good?
if you guys have like the stream together window open, if you are worried about that, you can mute your mic and mute the audio so that you can't hear anyone else in there.
Yeah,
but
I
it
have
should
the
be- it
window
should be good.
open. I have the window open, but I didn't click join the call. But it's still like everything's working, right?
Yes.
Like
So
it's
all
just
of our
we're just
chats
looking
are
for the
connected.
chat feature. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
So if you look in your OBS, you should be able to see the chat. And I see
I have
people from
the-
Kiryu's chat. It's people from...
Yeah, I have the chat window open separately from I guess the Twitch. What's it called? The stream manager. So I don't know if everyone's popping up in my OBS. Yes, I believe they are. No wait.
okay, I was
once,
just a
I'm
bit-
prepared.
Before.
yeah, I was just a bit like
think it's just
overwhelmed because I thought that I was like there was echo, or perhaps I wouldn't have been audible, or just that. So my apologies. Thank
No,
you
you're
for
good.
clarifying that. I've just never done this before.
You sound
if-
perfect.
You do sound perfect. And if there's any audio issues from either chats, I know we have 4 streams ongoing at the moment. Please feel free to let someone know if it's in one of the shared chats. We should be able to see it and correct it on our end. But yeah, we're not gonna know if there's audio issues unless someone speaks up. So please let us know if you can't hear someone properly.
Discord's a bit quiet on Kiryu's end. Someone
Okay,
is saying.
so yeah, so
Yeah,
Kiryu's
it's saying-
stream, the Discord for Kiryu's stream is quiet. So Kiryu's louder than everyone on their stream, I think. That's what that means.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be
Okey-dokey.
adjusting things as everything goes on, I think. But we have everyone here now. I don't know if Owlet and Ashkai want to join my world on Genshin, or if you're gonna do your own thing.
Oh, I just had. I think. Oh wait, I guess I should pop up our. Aha. Wait, there we go. I was just gonna keep all of these little chibis up, and I guess maybe not Genshin simultaneous.
Okay,
No,
guys.
that's so fair.
Hey,
I'll
hi.
be too distracted. tapping.
Hello.
Ladies and lore streamers, we require introductions.
I know. I was gonna get there. Ashkai, did you look at my doc?
No? What, you think I read?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we don't read here.
What? No.
Can't fucking
Okay.
read here.
Okay.
Reading is
Also,
for nerds.
also, please keep in mind, I have actually been working all day. I just finished a script and finished recording a script, and then I've been running errands and shit. This is the first time I've actually like sat down to do things.
No,
So,
that's so fair.
me
I
too.
haven't read
Me
anything.
No worries. I'll handle introductions. Come join my world though. If you're on Genshin.
Yeah, I will in a minute. I'm just finishing up my last commission.
Okay.
And then I
But
will.
anyway, so welcome to the Lorekeepers discussion for 5.4. We haven't had this for a couple patches now. I think people have been kind of busy, and we've honestly had some kind of slow Genshin patches lately. In comparison to like, when a region launches and there's like a whole bunch of new stuff. So this is our first time getting together in a little bit, but it's an honor to have Ashkai here with us this time. Normally it's just connected to the Lorekeepers Twitch group, but we're trying to expand and get more people in and have a lot of fun with like a lot of different content creators and things like that. So, but yeah, I'm not sure if Ashkai wants to introduce herself first because this is her first time on this one.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Ashikai. I make lore videos. Yay!
Let's go.
Yay! Let's go!
That's it. That's all I got.
Oh my
Kiryu,
goodness.
would you like to go next?
Yes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I am Kiryu. I am also a Genshin lore content creator. I used to really scream mostly about Zhongli, but now I scream about everything else. I enjoy creating like lore threads on Twitter and stuff, and most recently have been delving into actual long-form content on YouTube. And yeah, it's just been a really fun time talking about Genshin lore with everyone. So yeah.
Yay! Owlet, would you like to go next?
Oh, sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Owl. I am legitimately a lore skipper now. I used to be a lore keeper, but I've been pretty busy with like life and I don't know, existing for the last little while, so I'm like kind of behind on some things. For the most part, caught up on world quests for the first time in a long time, but despite the slow patches that you've mentioned we've been having, I'm still not caught up on character quests. So I'll just be here reveling in all of you guys and trying to contribute, but otherwise, yeah, I do still love the lore, but there's just so much of it sometimes that I feel overwhelmed. So thanks for having me anyway.
We're always happy to have you, Owlet. Thank you for joining. Ruse, would you like to go?
Sure. Hi, I'm Roozevelt. I make YouTube videos about Genshin lore. I like to try and be funny. Also, I recently got kicked out of culinary school because apparently my Gordon Ramsay impressions were like way too over the top.
Oh. Do you
I
have
could
an
even say
example?
they were too fucking raw.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
Leah, we have a small
Hello?
problem.
Yes.
I don't think we're
We can,
friends.
Ruse.
What? Hello? Hello? You're
Wow,
right here.
Leah.
Hi.
Wow.
I am
What?
friends with you.
Well, where are you then?
God.
My
That's
name is
tragic.
Ether. I just messaged you.
Well, there's a lot of people named Ether.
No. Ashikai, it's the one at the top. It's the ether at the top.
Oh, the one with Caterpillar?
It's obviously the smartest ether on your list.
Okay.
Oh dear.
The smart. I don't know about that one.
The hottest ether on your list.
honestly,
I mean,
I'm gonna
you
take
can't
that
you
chance
can't
to
expect me to go
introduce
through a list and
myself.
see like 6 ethers and then be like, yeah, this one's Leah. You can't.
Is that the true lore immersion? You have to name yourself Ether?
Well, thankfully
Listen,
you
I won't
can.
do that.
You can.
Yeah, you can always
nickname-
change it.
You can nickname people in Genshin. If that helps.
Oh yeah, no.
I don't use the co-op
Hello,
feature
hello,
enough for
chat.
that.
Actually, otherwise people will change their names and I'll forget who they are.
Am
It's
I going to
impossible.
steal your mushrooms? Yes, because this is the lore spore stream.
Take whatever you want.
So your
That's,
mushrooms are
you
now
know,
mine.
The price I have to pay for being AR-50. So, speaking of which, hello, my name is Leah. I am a Lorekeeper, and I'm also stuck at AR-50. It's a long story, but one day I will do a World Ascension quest and spend all of my blue wishes. Yay! But I'm also a musician, singer, and more recently, I was an official TCG caster for Genshin's Genius Invocation tournament. So, really excited to be here. I wear a lot of hats. I just, as Al was saying, it's kind of hard to keep up with the lore sometimes, especially when you play multiple Hoyo games. So I totally feel that. So it's always nice to have these discussions because not only does it help me get caught up on things that I missed, you get to hear everyone's interpretations of things that have happened, and it's just really fun and it's nice and cozy. So thank you for having me here as well.
Of course.
Literally in
such a
March, what do you
pleasure.
mean?
I'm also slightly behind on some things. I've been really busy the past few months, but like I've been very distracted the past 2 weeks, as some people
Yeah.
here might know. So
Understandable.
I'm catching up.
Understandable.
I'm also not been streaming too much recently just because I got a new job a month and a half ago and it's making me
Oh.
tie. So yeah, also contributing to the behindness.
I feel like I should bring a healer.
Congratulations,
Look at you guys.
Thank you.
Are we gonna fight things? I mean, we can.
Well, no, but I'm just looking at this thing being like, this is a team that's gonna get
I can't.
clobbered.
I can't believe I watched Wander just climb a mural in the middle of 3 moons and then just walk away like he didn't just do that.
But
Just
Anyway.
wondering things.
So we've all wait. Why are we fighting? Why are we fighting? Why are we fighting?
it attacked me first.
No fighting Shakira. I'm going down here. Goodbye.
What?
Well-
Now that we've all
Shakira,
introduced
Shakira.
ourselves,
Sheesh.
I wanted to start off with the big thing everyone has been talking about and thinking about since it dropped. So Genshin recently dropped a very lore-heavy web event that the entire fandom kind of obsessed over for a couple of days. I'm sure you guys know exactly what I'm talking about, and sorry if I get interrupted. I'm currently running from Ruined Serpents. Oh my god, leave me alone!
Trailer, yo.
Oh,
But
did you guys
even
go
people
somewhere
that
else?
I know
Okay.
that haven't really been playing Genshin lately have returned to figure out what the heck this like lore web event means. And
Where are they
I'm
going?
curious to hear what everyone here thinks about that event. Like, what have we learned from it so far?
Nothing.
Respectfully,
Nothing.
not much.
Yeah.
Okay.
We haven't.
Yeah, that's the thing is like if you really pay attention to the lore, everything that's in there is literally what we've known since like 1.0.
It's like a little summary.
But it is nice to
Like-
just have it explicit and in confirmation, you know, that kind of stuff. Because like most of it's
Yeah.
scattered across a bunch of different legends and a bunch of different weapons, and you know, like so it's nice to see it all in
have
one place.
consolidated and connected, I guess, with like a cute little visual, but also it's being presented to everyone in the audience, which is nice because a lot of people don't read these things.
I
There-
personally think it's, even though the basis of it has been, again, as Ashikai had mentioned, it's been in the game for quite some time and we've known about it. And we have names, Eternal, Iridescent, Frost, and, well, the New Moon. But I think it's more so just made me think a bit more since they're now bringing it to the forefront in terms of just like straight, have they given us huge lore drops? No, this will probably be version 5.5, which is upcoming. But the web event itself hasn't stated anything. So I think we will have to wait until they update that event, which is apparently going to be over the course of 2 months. So I do think we may get a little something there.
Wait, is it ongoing? I didn't.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, if
Oh,
you
okay,
scroll
okay.
down, there's like a page that has a bunch of question marks and it pisses me off. It's
Oh,
like,
I see.
reveal your
I did
secrets,
it.
please.
I did it when I was falling asleep on the couch, so
Something I'm disappointed
it's a
about.
blur.
It said it was gonna update with like the turning of the new moon, and then there was like a blood moon coming up on the day of the live stream, and like everyone's like, "Oh my god, what if they drop more information, update it on this day?" And they did not. And I was like, "Oh no,
No.
missed
also-
opportunity."
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Share that disappointment. It was a bit sad, but I will say that it did make me appreciate how, like, they've always done well when it comes to dates, but I especially want to learn more about like possible connections to maybe A and the Eternal Moon or Arlecchino and the, well, Crimson Moon and things of that nature, and who the new moon will be. So I think that's fun to think about, even though they didn't give us too much.
What do you guys think of the similarities between Ronova and Arlecchino, despite the Crimson Moon ties being more about Arlecchino than Ronova?
Okay, so there's some
Let's-
things
oh,
that
go
I'm
ahead.
just not going to be able to comment on for a couple of days because I just
Oh.
put them in a video. So
Oh.
if you hear me being abnormally quiet at times, that's why.
That makes sense.
No special spoilers for us.
Even as a treat. Teasers, please.
I'll do some teasers, but like I wanna make sure like there's still some element of surprise, and also like to an extent, because I just did that, I am somewhat biased to
No,
some
that's fair.
things. So I just want to throw that out there so that it's like known.
No, that's
I
fair.
also can't really contribute because one of the character quests I haven't done is Arlecchino.
Are you
Oh.
kidding me?
Oh my
Really?
goodness.
Are you the owl?
It's next.
Hello?
I swear, it's next on the list. I was going through them in order, and I just did Shiori.
It's been a year.
As you can see, we have a mixture of experience on the Lorekeepers team.
Like, I'm sorry. I was pretty excited for her, and then she appeared in the story, and she bored me so much that I didn't care to do her quest.
Okay. First off, saying Arlecchino
Oh,
is
no.
boring. Dangerous waters. Dangerous
Very
waters.
dangerous
Aqua will be away
waters.
from.
Okay, listen. In the Archon quest, mad boring.
Damn.
I'm
Guys, I
assuming her
can't
character
ban
quest will be
her.
better, but
What? You can't tell me to ban her for not doing Arlecchino. Like, I can't do that. Both ethically and
I'm
like
sorry.
physically, I can't.
I'll do it soon. After Varesa's quest or something. Or
After
maybe
Varesa,
sooner.
that's wild. Anyway.
Well, okay, but
Okay.
Varesa's
it's gonna
quest
give me
is for the
60
Collective of Plenty was just
primos.
for the volcano
Yeah,
though. So
it's
like,
gonna-
I get that.
It's gonna give me 60 primos. I gotta do that first. And then Arlecchino is next. I swear, I promise.
So what I'm gathering is that we have nothing to talk about with the moon.
No.
What? No, we
actually
got
do
plenty
have
to
a
talk
lot
about.
To talk about. Because so one thing that really struck me is like the three moon sisters, and there's now a fourth. So now you guys are going to get a 30-minute fucking essay from me about Carl Jung.
Let's
Oh,
go.
really?
Let's
Why?
go down.
Why?
Oh.
No, I don't have it prepared. I'm sorry.
No, but why
But-
why young?
Okay. So in alchemy, one of like the prominent like medieval alchemists was Maria the prophetess, who had this huge thing about the number 4 and being really important to alchemy. So Carl Jung expanded upon that, saying that 3 is a very special number, but 4 is more special. So particularly with oh my god, I lost my words all of a sudden. I feel so much pressure.
It's
4
okay.
is more complete than 3. So
Ah.
like for example, you know how Paimon keeps saying like, "Oh, I guess it's the rule of 3," but it's actually the rule of 4.
Sometimes.
Like in
Right. Yeah.
Cerulean
No, I know
and
exactly what you're talking
Aranyaka.
about.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I haven't actually baked any of these thoughts. It's just Carl Jung has like his own little space in the back of my brain. There's actually a gland that just emits like Carl Jung gas.
I'm
So, sorry, that was a metamorphic reference that I kind of feel like fell a little flat. I'm sorry, guys.
Stinky.
Uh-oh. Stinky. Sorry,
We're off to
I'm
a
sorry,
great
guys.
start.
It's like
This
it's
is
been like
amazing.
20 minutes and I'm off the rails already.
No, this is great.
Oh my god.
I just like the thought of Ruzy's brain excreting dream gas. I think that's funny.
There's also a Kaya gland. Just so you
Ooh.
guys know.
No,
thought it was
that's
the whole
just called
kind of
hormones.
So, ooh.
Oh my god. Yeah.
That's just called having eyes. Like,
Kiryu, do you have anything you want to comment on in regards to the moon web event?
I feel like many of the theories or discussion that I have are relatively general, and then some of which I am preserving for a video I will be publishing soon. But I think I would be more interested in the discussion about the new moon and what they could represent. And it makes me feel bad because I really do want to talk about moon stuff.
Oh, I've got one that
But-
can go with there. I got a thing. I got a thing that I couldn't fit in my thing. So this will be fun.
Okay.
Okay, so speaking of new moons and stuff, right? Rule of 3, actually 4, blah 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 blah. So there actually are 4 phases of the moon, right? So like I've been floating the idea about there potentially being a 4th moon or like a 4th aspect of the moon for a long time. And some of it was like, well, maybe it's Nyx, because Nyx was either the sister or wife or mother of Phanes, depending on what, text you're looking at. And Phanes is the primordial one or first descender, right? So, like, mythology's fun. So I figured, but she's considered, like, the mother of night or whatever. And I'm like, well, if you got the mother of night, you've also got 3 moons. It's makes 4. It's not really a moon, but you know. But if you think about the Welkin moon being the new moon, it's also called the hollow moon in Chinese. And hollow just, in this case, would mean maybe you just can't see it, because a new moon is like completely, it's almost entirely black,
It's
right?
like blackened out.
Because you can't see it. So it looks like there isn't a moon at all in some cases. So it still kind of works. It's almost like a void moon. But then I was thinking about Simulanka, because Simulanka so far has been like a 1-to-1 for Natlan and everything that we've gotten in Natlan.
Right.
And so there's Simulanka is made up of like, it's 2 words, right? There's simulation and then there's Lanka. Now Lanka was like this mythical island kingdom from Hindu mythology that was protected by 3 mountains. Okay.
Oh, that sounds familiar.
3 mountains. But then Ruzi pointed out something about Paimon the other day, and then I was reminded that in Natlan, Paimon kept thinking, I'm going to eat and grow until I'm the size of a mountain. No, 3 mountains. And now I'm like, is Paimon just the new moon?
Yeah.
See, I came to the same conclusion, but through a different.
Well,
logic.
it's not the only thing to go there, but like I thought that was kind of fun, especially because
No, that's a great
where's the
connection.
where's the other? It's this way, isn't it?
Mountain Eater Paimon.
No, but like for those of you who are watching my stream, maybe you'll see where I don't remember where that room is. I got there like organically twice, and now I'm like, wait, where is it again?
You mean the hidden mural on the ceiling? It's over
No,
here.
not that one. Not that one. Oh, it's this one. I just went the wrong way. It's fine. This one. Because this one, again, we have island in the sky. 1, 2, 3 mountains on Surumi. What's up?
True.
I also think
Yeah.
it's hilarious how after all of this time, we come right back to Tsurumi Island from when all of the screaming about its lore and the connections between the murals. Also how the script here is just Catella's 34 and it being paraphrased roughly depending on which mural you're looking at, just worshiping the moons and speaking about the, falseness that is the sky. So I love the Tsurumi murals for that reason.
Going
It's
back
nice
to
come
the.
back to it. One of my favorite areas.
My dogs are barking. I'll be
Yeah.
right back.
No
Also,
problem.
can we talk about how the island in the sky that is like in the center mural just looks very similar to the icon that was used in the most recent version 5.5 trailer of the new sacred, well, I call it the sacred city, but it's very, very familiar looking.
It does look very familiar.
Because in the trailer, from a distance, all of those floating islands looked like stars to me. But then I'm also reminded of these islands were once inhabited by dragons, and islands in the sky. Like, I think the earliest image I can think of was actually in the webtoon, because you see dragons.
Right.
By,
Oh, yeah.
By
that
Celestia,
island.
yeah.
Yeah. So I can't help but wonder if Tsurumi Island was like, hey, look at this.
I mean,
I've been yelling about
If there's
dragon
one thing
moons
that-
forever. I want it to be real. I will make it real. I don't care how. It will be real.
Dragons.
that's a segue to Men of Lithen, honestly. Like, if
Oh,
we
I'm
would
so
have discussed
sorry.
Men of Lithen, like that is what I would be asking about, because I feel like the dragons created the moons theory is very interconnected to Men of Lithen in that book.
So I have a fun thing for that. I also couldn't fit this in my video. It just didn't make sense. Okay, so I have, this is contingent on one other theory of mine being true, so just keep that in mind. I have a theory that visions are technically dragon pearls.
That's
So
interesting.
whoever has a dragon pearl basically is able to, wield some kind of power of dragons. Hence why people who have visions can use elemental energy and that kind of stuff. And like there's a whole, I could honestly go on for like an hour just about that, but I won't. Just assume that that's true for a second, because if it is, and we also assume that like Celestia here is like those islands in Tulin, right? A dragon island, and Celestia is related to dragons, and the moons are related to all that kind of stuff. Then what happened with Vanessa was Men of Lithen, because she ascended to a place that a lot of people call a prism. I'm going to call it a columbarium, which would make
Honestly?
it like a place where you would store ashes of the deceased, right? And that's basically like the vats of Men of Lithen. So if she went in there, maybe that was the moment she became one of the unenlightened.
No, that's honestly a really
Right?
good connection to what happened to Vanessa, because like
Yeah.
we still have no idea what any of that means. Like obviously, like whatever they were talking about in the webtoon has to be endgame Genshin lore, because there's like gods mentioned that we don't know a single thing about. Thank you, Venti. But yeah,
Yep.
like Vanessa like entering some like chamber that looks like the Panopticon like prison. Like I can see that, especially because like who even wrote Men of Lithen? It's like such a made up story,
I
but it's
think,
made up by someone that shouldn't know anything of what they're talking about.
The
You know?
the people the consensus I've seen, or like the most popular theory about Men of Lithen's author that I've seen, is Wahaklahun Ubakan, saying he wrote it under
Really?
a pen name. Yeah. I don't know if I buy that. I actually kind of think it might be Mr. Nine.
Also have thoughts about
But-
this. Maybe
yes.
not. I haven't thought enough about Mr. Nine. Like I think about him all the time, but I haven't recently. But I am also. I mean, in the video I made, I think the most interesting thing personally about the book is it's the second person narrative, and like there's that one point where he breaks and he talks about himself or herself, I guess. But I don't think it's the sage either. I mean, it could be. I mean, he does like to just make up shit and spread it around.
He does, yeah. That's
Piece of
kind
shit.
of the recap of.
Wait,
Me-
for context, I love the sage. I think he's a smash. So let's just
Me,
Boo.
me when I spread misinformation.
Why are you booing? I'm right.
No, you're not.
I just
I don't
like
like
that.
him.
Huge
I'm
fan
Team
here.
Ochkan, come on.
Yo, right? Ochkan smash.
No, not in that way.
Ochkan smash! Ochkan angry!
Smash. His dad? Hell no.
Someone brought up in my chat about the Three Moon Sisters, just like going back to that prior conversation, but they were saying, what if the Three Moon Sisters were originally like Trivios in Honkai Star Rail, who like split into a bunch of fragments and is currently like a triple deity with Tribi, Trinan, and Trinan. I actually talked about that a little bit in a video I put out recently that was kind of recapping the web event lore. But I think that would make a lot of sense if the Three Moons were like Diana, the goddess of the moon, and how she's essentially a triple deity as well in Greek and Roman mythology.
Oh,
And then the
and
new moon's
also-
Paimon.
wait. Actually, one thing that I remembered before the stream, I was looking up the Surumi Island text and the translations, and they do mention trivia, which is a moniker for Diana.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember someone talking
Because-
about that.
The ancient civilization here. When you read the like Tavashan Latin script, with this being Catullus, like it's directly in like because one of the lines explicitly was just let us chase boys and girls, sing prayers of the moon, and like many of these are in reference to like worshiping Diana. So in Genshin paraphrasey way. But I do think that could absolutely hold some like there's something there, considering I feel the idea of a god that has been shattered or fragmented has been seen throughout.
Yeah.
And I
seems
think
a
it makes sense. but I also, when it came to the moon event, like, I know I overanalyze a lot of things, but there were very specific ways, and it could have just been for poetic purposes. But when it comes to Hoyoverse, I have to overthink because each moon was destroyed in some kind of way, because you had like the eternal moon falling, the iridescent moon shattering, and then the frost moon being like stuck in time and just stopped moving. So whenever I hear shattering or something like that, I think of fragments and, you know, to that degree. So just one of those things.
Also, another thing to mention in connection to this theory, I didn't add this in my video because I did not want to say the wrong thing and anger Honkai Impact 3rd fans because I am not fully caught up on that lore, but I have heard from people who are very, very, very into the lore of Honkai Impact 3rd that Kiana, her namesake, basically means moon, and she's connected with Princess Diana, and, not Princess, oh my god, this is the second time I've done that! I said that last time. Not Princess Diana, the goddess Diana.
Oh my gosh.
That's the second time I've done that. I did that last time too. I
am standing
okay,
on an imaginary pillar.
Don't bring the British into this.
But Paimon looks a lot like Kiana. That is what I was trying to get at.
I see.
Okay. End thought. No princesses here.
There's a hidden triquetra here. Look at that. You see it? It's right here. Like to my left. Not weird. Sorry. I'm
No,
not
you're
where you
fine.
guys are.
Oh, I'm like trying to find you.
I'm in Dragon Spine.
We are Dragon Spine?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Well, we're looking at murals. Like, this is the
Oh,
OG.
you're down there. Yeah, that is the OG. I remember when Tsumi Island came out, and like everyone was freaking out how it's connected to Dragon Spine's mural, and then it's been years since then.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. The statue of the seven keeps saying leave. I will leave then. Please leave me alone.
Very ominously, leave.
leave.
I'm here.
Oh, Dragon Spine.
I really think it's interesting how similar the like designs of the murals look to the web event too. Like that's obviously a very intentional thing, because we know these murals are about
Hello.
I'm the moon system, right?
Hello, Dragon Island in the sky. Hello, figure that blinks. I think for the long. I have different.
Look!
I have many
There's a
thoughts
hidden.
about
There's
this
a hidden
figure
triquetra.
now.
Look! Come here. Look.
Yeah.
I didn't know this. It's right here.
Yep.
I didn't know that was there.
Right there.
I think that's cool.
Wait, what? What's here?
The
There's
hidden triquetra.
A
that's
hidden
there.
triquetra.
What there
It's very-
is?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very faded.
Wait, I never saw that.
Me neither.
Mhm.
Seen this either.
And it's behind the mural. What?
Oh, is it? Wait, I need
It's
to
bit-
think about this.
Yep. Not only is it hidden, but it's a part of the destroyed
Mm-hmm.
piece of the mural.
Interesting.
I want to
So it
open this
was
wall. What's behind here?
Basically painted over.
Like the fact
What's
that it's
underneath this
be-
thing?
Like it's behind it. It's okay. I can't wait to revisit or go. I'm just excited for lore. I have many thoughts and things I want to say, but it all comes down to I'm very excited about lore. Like I'm very excited for version 5.5.
Yeah,
That
and
is-
on that note,
Mr.
I don't know if we want to talk about the volcano and our expectations, because we've been on this adventure with like our little buddy for like such a long time, and like it's been several patches and we're about to get the climax of the story, and honestly I feel like the world quests in Natlan have kind of been like the highlight for me. So
Absolutely.
what are you guys'
the
expectations?
little buddy quest, like all those interactions, like our little buddy brings me so much joy.
What
guys
did you
have
name
no
him
idea.
again?
John.
Why John?
John.
Oh, I
Because
couldn't-
it's
I
short
couldn't
for
think of
John
another name.
Lee.
Oh,
No!
of course.
No, oh, I hate
Oh
John.
my
Lee.
god.
No, I had picked John as like a placeholder because I was like, oh, I can rename him. But then after I started having all these cute interactions with him, and he was like, "Wow," you know, I was like, "Oh, John, he's my baby. He's my baby John."
The name just suits him now.
Yeah, so I can't change it now. He's John.
I'm so excited for you to uncover more lore with John Genshin Impact. I'm very excited for you.
I named mine Grendel because there was an issue with his mother.
Oh.
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 Now that's a nerd thing. That's a nerd thing to name.
Well,
your buddy.
yeah.
Oh
Look
my
where we
God.
are.
True. I named mine Sardonyx, and it's like after this mineral that's like red and brown and black, and it looks a lot like.
Mona wants us to
guy.
freeze. That's so mean.
Wait, what? Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to do that. I'm so sorry. Because you said sardonyx, and then I'm like, my mind immediately went magical girl, like Winx transformation, and like.
It sounds like a Pokemon name, right?
I immediately
cannot
thought
tell
of Steven Universe. So we're all
And
on different
Sardonyx
planets at this
also-
point.
Perfect. That's exactly the vibes I was going for.
Sardonyx also, I do not think is a Winx.
This is
transformation,
so
just anything
mean.
that ends in X is
I'm
not-
leaving.
Okay, mine was a genuine.
I'm gonna go
accident. I
fight
did
your
not-
your moon. Okay, actually,
I'm putting fire back here.
I
so-
will. I will show you guys something fun.
Oh?
Ooh.
I can't start the mechanisms in not my world. But yeah, so
Where
like
did
you can make those little unnamed robots respawn in Dragonspine.
Wait, those things? Really?
Yeah, you can make them respawn in Dragonspine.
Oh,
Um,
can we look at them and their creepy little tails?
Yeah, they have like rat tails. I want to know why.
Yeah.
They're like
Well,
short
okay, but
rat tails.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. The reason I wanted to kind of spawn one, I gotta go find a torch because I can't turn on the things.
Here,
'Cause you're
here,
gonna
here.
mean.
I'm here.
Does no one have pyro?
I have the Pyro
No.
Traveler. Let's
Well,
go.
excuse me. I was reigniting the like I was putting the fire back in the mural room.
I mean, I'll just swap to Dia and then I'll never die. But you know, yeah. So no, you can totally make them respawn. But the thing that I wanted to point out with those, is they're not marked as a monster. They're marked as like a puzzle, I think, which is
Yeah,
interesting.
I noticed that they
but-
weren't like true monsters.
But if you look at their design, there is in the Honkai Impact 3rd manga, you can actually see they had like a big old robot that they were going to use to like fight or steal something on the moon. And then that robot is accompanied by a bunch of those little Triquetra style robots. And it's like called Project Selene, named after the moon. And I'm like, yeah, yup, we're on brand now.
Yep. That sounds about right.
Fate the
Yeah.
mechanism.
Selene is one out of the three.
All right,
of,
where's the
Goddess
thing?
Diana. Or triple
Let us
beautiful.
chase boys
Not
and girls,
princess.
sing
Diana?
praises of Diana.
I think I have to remember where this is.
What do I need to do? Instruct me.
No, I just need to remember where it is. I
Oh.
don't quite remember where it is, but
Goodbye.
I just want to see if I can remember where it is first. Don't follow me for a bit. I'll go find the spot and then I'll report back.
No, you're fine. I think I'm just really curious, and I want to know more of the like. I refuse to believe that A is not connected to the Eternal Moon. I refuse.
Oh, there's one right
I
here.
In some
wonder
way.
I found
what her
it.
connections are.
Oh, I can tell you.
Okay.
Because she's
Don't-
away.
But no, that was really facetious. I'm sorry. No, that wasn't it didn't quite come out how I had intended. No, but like, okay. So I have had a theory for a long time. My chat's quite familiar with this. I found a chest, Leah. Come on, you were
I don't
slacking.
explore. Listen.
Leah
I found a
makes it-
chest. I found one of the respawnable
Oh,
monsters.
dear.
Like, come on, man.
Oh
Leah
my
makes it. Leah
It's
makes
too
it their
cold.
mission.
Look,
Your
look,
Right
look,
chest
look.
hungry.
Right here. Right here. It's right here. It's right here.
Oh,
Leah-
thank you for
Leah
finding
makes
it. I'm
it-
not gonna open it.
Leah makes
I
it
will
a
slap
clear
you.
mission
Where did
not
you
to
go? Come back here,
completely-
Kazuha! I will revoke your sword privileges.
Oh yeah, come get it. Go on, Kiryu. What were you saying?
Sorry.
Oh no, it's okay. I don't have anything to say.
Oh. I'll share my thingy. Is this funny? It's a very wanderer thingy, which is very unbrand for me. Okay, so I've had this theory for a super long time that A is a dragon, right? It was like a conclusion that me and another lore buddy called Crystal Marie came up with, like
Oh yeah.
as sort of a joint effort, but through very different directions. We both kind of landed at this. And both of us were trying to like figure out how we could prove that she was like the Electro Sovereign. But I'm kind of thinking now, like, if moons are dragons, which is also something I'm trying to prove, I'm wondering if she might be the fragment of an eternal moon that fell to Earth, and then Makoto found it and then put it in a fake body that looked like her. And the reason I say that is because there's records of Makoto putting A in a fake body, like reviving her after she had died. So, like, if she did it once, who's to say she hasn't done it multiple times, even? And the other thing is, like, dragons tend to be, like, real ones tend to be pretty body agnostic, and so is A. Like, she lives inside a machine. Well, she lives inside of a sword inside of a machine. And then it was brought to my attention that, well, I mean, I know Wanderer has, like, a lot of moon stuff, too. But in Inversion of Genesis, that fairy tale of him when he's like a cat, when he goes all rogue and he's like all angry and he's like, I'm gonna curse everything, everything sucks. He curses the moon. And it's a crimson moon. And he's just like, this moon sucks, blah, blah, blah. But he's actually talking about his mom in that context, right? Like in the context of his story, the moon is his mom.
Right.
And it's the moon in the sky. And then he says, I'm going to revert everything to darkness and become the new moon. I will rise and become the new moon.
Yeah, which is really funny because he's a creation of Raiden, who, yeah.
Right. So, like, the thing is like, what is that an allegory for? Like, was there a
Ascending
new
to
moon at one point? There's a Sealy over here and everything. Come on, Leah. You are, like, your
I'm
account
on
would
my
drive
way.
me crazy. Your account would actually drive me
It would.
bonkers.
It would. It would.
Look at this sea
I mean,
slug.
I'm also just... I just think of the... I need to pull it up. The story in Natlan that we learned about a young girl who just fell from the moon.
Oh, yeah. That was like a Kagura, or not Kagura. What's the name of the bamboo cutter myth? I forget.
I could not tell you. I didn't
Oh,
remember
wait.
at
Are
the
you talking
moment.
about the one where she's a star? And then she married someone? It was almost like a Selkie tale?
Yes.
Yeah.
I still need to get the tale of Kuntor.
I really wonder if that connects
Sad.
back to the Outlander that was in love with.
I think the Outlander was a
Sorry,
descender.
Tangent.
No, you're fine. I mean, I just personally think I'm going to eat it up every single time hearing about tragic
Kaguya,
love
yeah, that
stories
one.
between Outlanders.
Oh my god, there's
and
another one
angels
like
or-
right here. I swear to
cetera.
God, Leah. Do you
I
even
have no
explore,
idea what
bro?
these are.
I'm following Ashkaya. She explores my world for me, and then I don't have to do anything. Oh, let's go. There's a Sealy. Whoa, there's another Sealy.
At this
See, the
rate, I'm
thing
gonna
is,
get you an
I have
achievement.
a lot of stuff unexplored because I get sad when I 100% regions that I like.
Oh,
That's the real reason. That's
But
the
there's
lore
still
accurate
stuff that's
reason.
left after you 100% something.
Not
mean,
to
true.
mention, you're gonna have to get you need to get the bonus oculi at the end of the region so we can unlock the secret door at the end of the world or something.
I know, right? What do you think we're gonna do with those, actually? Are they just, like, there to chill out, or...?
I'm going
use
to
them for
shove
something?
them all into Dainsleif.
whoa! Whoa!
Ayo.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Ayo.
Can I get in on this?
I mean, he did kind of hold on to that
He had the eye of the field
tiller
tiller for like
He was
forever.
somewhere
He was
So
plenty.
we know
on
he
his-
has space.
in his person for a long time.
Okay, I literally feel like
Those are the wrong kind of butt beads. I'm just saying. Those are eyes. They can see. Why would you torture
was
someone like that?
first and foremost, this is
Oh, I suddenly
genuinely
feel bad.
not. This was not the direction I meant in terms of shoving them into Dainsleif. I meant in like he's going to absorb them kind of way.
Oh,
not
I
in a
literally
kind of
interpreted that
way.
as shove it up his
Sure.
ass, but okay.
Georgian.
So
All
now
right.
I'm just going to be with this Geo slime over here, minding my business.
Wait, hold on. Speaking
a
of
fossil.
Dainsleif, where is he? I miss him.
I miss
Actually,
him
where is
too.
he?
No, one, I miss him
He's
very
off
much.
being
I
sad.
have very many questions for him, and also, I'm just
But
saying.
he's never gonna answer.
Yes, he will. And then speaking
He's
of,
been good about it.
it's the fact that
He's senile.
that the fact
Oh.
that he hasn't been here for a while. Like I personally speculate if we
I'm a
don't
treasure
get
compass.
if we don't get his arc, like the interlude quest with him around the time, because they gave us the little silhouette drip marketing. Maybe I'm just super hopium. I really wonder if Skirk is going to have something to do with the upcoming Dainsleif quest. I don't know. Maybe it's just me because I'm excited about Skirk because I firmly believe that she's one of the silhouettes that we saw that they teased.
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
she
that's
is.
her.
So
That's
I
definitely
really,
her.
I
Yeah, yeah,
really
yeah.
feel like
Yeah, definitely.
she's going to be somewhere in there.
Honestly, maybe that's why we don't have our like yearly April Dainsleif event. Like, I didn't realize it, but I guess we're not getting him next patch, right? So it has to be he has to be involved with Node Cry, right? Because the web event is blatantly a teaser for Node Cry.
Mhm. Like I have to know. Like I really want to. I love Dainsleif a lot. I don't think you all understand. I really
I understand.
like.
Hey, at
Dainsleif,
least
and I need for him
Dainsleif
to come
actually
back.
gives us answers sometimes, right? Like last time he was just like, "Oh yeah, no, I'll tell you all about the center next time we meet." And the next time we met, he did it. He stayed.
did.
He didn't lie to us. He didn't delay. He was just like, "Nope, straight up. Here's your intel. I told you I would. Here you go." So you know what? Yeah, I
But-
believe you. He'll tell us
But
something.
is he
Personally,
is he a
I'm
reliable
excited.
narrator?
Personally, I'm excited for Dane to say something mysterious, and then he's like, "Oh, don't think too much about it."
Oh, I love
I
him.
want a moment like
love-
that. I want a moment like that.
He-
That's my favorite line in the game, by the way.
I personally love him saying "Don't think too much about it," but he, just like Zhongli, I have so much love for because Dainsleif, he doesn't intentionally mean to be mysterious,
killing
whereas
what? Just
Zhongli
getting
has his
random
NDA.
He's
In which he
Right.
doesn't
He's
talk
just
about anything.
senile. It's crazy.
Please, no. Okay, I don't want to like deviate too much. I didn't know that me speaking about Dainsleif in that manner would create such a reaction, so I'm going to hush. I'm going to.
No,
feel
no,
strongly
no,
about
this
Dainsleif,
is
though.
great.
If,
We
if
can
you
talk about
if you mention
Dainsleif.
him, I have to talk about. I love him too, but I also, I just think he's so funny. I don't know if he means to be, but
I just think he's an unreliable narrator. Like, I can't
he
trust anything
absolutely
he
is.
says. It's like, if he says something, I kind of want to believe the opposite. He's like, oh, the gods are trash. And it's like, well, I don't know about that. Like, yes, maybe, but you're kind of like a negative Nancy, you know? Like, I don't know.
oh wait,
He's
wait,
valid.
actually, to tie it to the web event though, the web event did mention a sheltered eternity, just as he did in the trailer.
Yeah,
from, like,
yeah.
years
He did.
ago. That was pretty good. I was like, hell yeah.
Also, if you look at that page on the web event that talks about the sheltered eternity, like the silhouette of that person there looks a lot like Raiden A in her plane of Euthymia, and in her trailer, there's like a blood moon in there.
Yeah,
really
it's like a
cool.
dark moon.
Yeah.
I saw someone make the interesting point that if you flip the image of the eternal moon like character upside down, it looks like a flower.
Ooh,
Oh, that's
I
interesting.
believe that.
I don't know if it looks
In
like a
context of
Cecilia
something
flower,
else.
but but yes, I look forward to Dainsleif, but I also look forward to Skirk because just looking at her and knowing from what we know thus far, lore. lore. So
Also,
Any
speaking of
skirt
not
pullers
cry
in
though,
chat?
can we talk about how much we all desperately need Dottore back in our lives?
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Him. I need him.
Now, ma'am,
Desperate, I'm
now
begging.
I would appreciate
my life. Yeah.
I would appreciate his lore. Now, I don't know about life. Now, I will be praying for you. I know this is everything that you will need. I know another Lorekeeper, Stephanie, is all about like Dottore life, but you know, I will read about
table
him.
anytime.
Stephanie catching stray.
Wait, but
So judged.
but we're gonna get Aoife. Is that not?
Aoife.
I'm so excited for Aoife.
I love Aoife.
Isn't that like Dottore enough for you? Like an ethical one?
Okay. No,
I guess so.
he's never.
Why
no,
not
it's more like
both?
Baidu. No, there is no ethical Dottore. If you put ethical Dottore in the same sentence, the universe
don't like
explodes.
There's nothing.
Some
So
of the clones
okay.
might be ethical, possibly, but like who
So-
knows?
I like the idea of learning about a lot of lore from Dottore, but if I'm being completely honest, I'm more interested in Colombina. This is no
So
shade
true.
to him, but like, you know, while he's over there Dottoring, I'm just waiting for my Eldritch Horror Angel. I'm just waiting for Colombina. Now he can be your little angel, but he's not my little angel.
He's my little angel.
No, he's your little
He's
fallen
right on
angel.
my shoulder telling me what to do.
I listen to him all the time.
Me too.
I am so concerned.
if we don't listen, we'll die.
I really, I think Dottore is gonna have interesting things to say, and I can't wait to kick his ass in Nordcry. That's all I have to say. He's gonna be the next boss. He's not gonna be playable.
No. It'll be Colombina that's the next boss.
I hope so. I want to fight her and then play as her.
Dottore
Well,
isn't
of
it?
course,
Isn't
people.
for like at least 2 more bosses.
But isn't Dottore in Nordcry? Like
Yeah.
his
Yes,
little
Doesn't mean we're gonna
guy
fight him.
sister.
Yeah, but we won't necessarily get him as a boss at that point.
It's okay. Colombina's eyes that are just everywhere in the world.
Oh yeah, and
We'll
didn't they
keep
say that
tabs of us.
someone? Didn't they say another harbinger is supposed to show up to Natlan to try to take the Gnosis? When's that
Theoretically, yeah.
happening? I think someone's supposed to show up.
Has to be Pantalone, right?
Thinking Colombina.
I'll be completely honest. This is not mean to be shady. I completely forgot about him.
What?
He's just emo Baidu.
He was low-key mentioned, but
Like I'm like, oh yeah, he was in like. Well, I don't want to mention the quest because I don't want to spoil if people haven't done it. But talks of him. But like, I'm just after the devastation that was "Oh Captain, My Captain." I just kind of zoned out, and now I'm just waiting for Colombina and then Dottore to do his thing. Everyone else just kind of.
Capitano pullable.
Okay, so let's bring this back for a second. There are 11 question marks on the Song of the Welkin Moon web event.
Yep.
Do you think there are
Yes.
11
one for each harbinger, or do you think there's something
Yep.
else under the 11?
Yes. I think it's a double. Like, I think it's for the Harbingers, but I also think it could be for. Like, it's not just them.
I think it's a Harbingers because it's an old Cry teaser. So, it's like our first Snezhnaya crumbs, like truly, because it's a sub-region of Snezhnaya. And we know the Harbingers are involved for multiple reasons in Old Cry and Snezhnaya, so...
And also, if you remember the Chasm quest, and I'm sure like this has been mentioned elsewhere, but I just remember like Katarina and the Chasm talking about the inescapable night coming. Yeah?
Oh yeah, that was a while back.
That is a
Him.
long
Yeah,
time
well,
ago.
Yeah, she
I
was
actually
like,
don't
she was
remember
like,
that. That was so long ago.
well,
Quit following me!
I don't know.
I
There's
remember
it just
her,
stuck with me. But she specifically
okay,
says
okay.
that like, oh, the concept of like allies and enemies are, you know, they're ephemeral because at the end of the day, there's going to be an inescapable night that we all have to face.
Mm-hmm.
That reminds me of what Venti said during Windbloom, and it was really funny. Like, the very first Windbloom, he gave this, like, poem right by the Ruin Guard that literally in, like, the... We Will Be Reunited was released, like, right after that, and that's when we learned that the field tiller, the original field tiller was there. He's like, we're gonna go into, like, the long night or something, like, lanterns. Like he's like guiding us there or something. I don't know. I don't know what Venti's
that's
talking
also-
about.
That's also a callback. Oh, I need to look that up.
Well, I think about that a lot because, like, to me, that Wind Bloom poem felt very, very meaningful. Like, everything Venti says, especially early on, feels like it's a giant lore bomb without.
Well, yeah, he's got mom
directly
trauma.
revealing it.
He's got trauma.
does.
Trauma. Mom trauma. Trauma.
Kind of does.
Trauma.
But what is, like, the night that we're going into, like, lanterns? Like, what is he talking about? What is
We
he
will be
leading us
swallowed
to?
by the great dream.
Yay.
Golden Slumber?
Yeah.
Yep.
The abyss swallows all.
Oh, no.
Thinking about. Oh, see, re-exploring Liyue made me not forget, but just remember gosh, how much there is here. And I'll never be over records of Julian and all of the mysterious like platforms and stuff like that. Sorry. Just got so much nostalgia being in Liyue.
I hardly have any nostalgia because this is Zhongli land. And everything comes back here.
Yay,
bastard.
Zhongli! I love
Oh, I hate
Leah.
him so
There
much.
is a chest right here.
There's a chest over here too, but whatever.
Wait, where? I'm on my way.
No, you're not. You're gonna ignore it
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the last time. I don't
I
trust you
definitely didn't
anymore.
take the chest you pointed out. I definitely didn't.
I
take it
don't
when ran
trust
away.
you.
It's okay.
Well, you're so far.
Yeah, I know. I'm the wanderer.
Ah,
Okay.
I zip
so-
zoom. My
Yeah,
League of
no,
Legends
skipping.
character would be about teleporting. Just warp, 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 warp. I don't know. I've actually never played League. Don't ask
I
questions.
don't know
Oh,
how.
Good.
you could. Play
I don't know
with me.
how I want to connect this, but I really feel like memories
Oh, I did find a
and
chest.
colors and the moons intertwine at some point. And I've just been thinking about how they could be connected, but especially memories in regards to Tavat.
I feel like Sitalali's story quest would have a lot to say about that.
Oh, no, I've played it. That's why I have. I
You want a small theory?
let's see. If you would like to speak about
Feed
it.
us.
Of course.
Feed us.
Well, if elemental energy is akin to light, and Irminsul is something like a computer, and elemental energy flows
Right.
within the roots of the Irminsul computer, which is the ley lines, then
Right.
the ley lines are technically fiber optic cables carrying around
Right?
lights that are bouncing around at different spectrums, right? Or different frequencies. Which means that the true form of all life in Tavat is memory, which is data, which is light. So we are all light.
Yep.
Ta-da!
So we're in a simulation. We live in a
No.
society bottom text.
I mean, this is like the argument of like, is the reality just like a matrix, or is the matrix reality?
Yeah.
So you mean
more
the
or
Genshin
less.
characters are like video game characters?
Please.
What
I
do you mean?
mean,
I just
that would be the most
$1,000
meta
on
thing
PayPal,
ever.
Ashikai.
They would totally do that. They would totally do that.
They already did. Honkai Back Third, they had a Genshin like collab thing where like someone created Genshin as a video game or something like that. Like there was like legit something they did.
Oh, ow. Why
How
would you
canon
shoot
is?
me?
No idea.
It's so mean.
We live in the games that Silver Wolf plays. Okay, chat is chat's saying some funny stuff right now.
Chat's popping off.
Chat
Sorry,
is
I've also
really
been
popping
ignoring
off.
chat. I'm so sorry. I haven't looked at any of y'all in a while. I'm so sorry.
I think it'd be
It's
really
going
funny if
pretty
we got to
quick,
the end
so
of it.
it's hard to pick out things.
So- There's a game called Star Ocean Till the End of Time. I don't know if you guys have ever
Oh
played
my
it.
God.
I was actually just about to
Yes.
mention that.
Yep.
Yeah. So this is
Star
like
Ocean.
spoilers for like a super friggin' old game, but like basically
Like
at the
20
end
years
of that,
old.
yeah, like basically at the end of that game, you realize that you've been playing as characters within a game, within a utopia where no one has to work anymore, and so like everyone just plays games all day, and that's this like massive world like game that they play. and you exit the game world because the magic language system of the game world, this programming language, allows you to actually control like the fabric of the universe and make yourself real. So you enter the real world. It's really funny.
Just like how
It's
we're
very
gonna ascend to
Simulanka
godhood.
core.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It is
Star
pretty Simulanka
Ocean,
core.
play Star Ocean.
Till the end of time.
Hashtag.
There's a
hashtag
lot of
not
Star
sponsored.
Oceans,
Yeah.
for the record. Like,
On
I
the
found
topic
another
of
chest, Leah.
Simulanka.
Yep.
Oh, you
I have
found
a
another one,
treasure
really?
card.
Oh, I'm on
Yeah.
my way. Anyway, does anyone think that Simulanka, because all of our summer events have foreshadowed a lot before, but I feel like Simulanka is the first time it was just so on the nose. Like, literally, it keeps connecting back to Simulanka because, like, they wrote quests that are, like, one-to-one what they're teasing.
I think they got sick of people, like, not getting it, honestly.
Yeah.
'Cause, like-
so they just put it right there.
could be
Well, because
true.
like Bottle Land, if you think about it, we had the waterway train system, and that was also in
Right.
Fontaine. Like they had the waterway train system.
Yep.
And then like all the people were Oceanids or Oceanids, I guess if you want to use that pronunciation.
If you want to be cringe.
Yeah, if you want to be cringe.
That's
I
how
want to be
say
the
it.
id of
I'm
the
not
ocean. I don't want to be an Oceanid. So, I mean, like, that was also very on the nose, right? Like,
Yeah.
but it wasn't a
also-
murder
and-
mystery, but, you know.
And the whole, like, dream thing in the Golden Apple event before for Sumeru.
Yep.
But also,
The Dream
also
Sim
you guys are
Stars
also
Dickens.
forgetting Kaya's Hangout that was released with Bottle Land, where Kaya William Shakespeare said all the world's a stage and all the people merely players.
Yeah,
Kaya
I mean, it wasn't.
foreshadowed everything. It's Kaya Impact. Kaya all the way down.
That's true. Stop.
Kat, I just want to say for your mental health, do not look at any of the chests in Leah's world because Leah will not open them. Leah will
Wait,
run
wait.
by them. So
Ow.
please
Wait.
do not
You-
stress
you
She's
say
saving
more?
yourself.
them for a rainy day.
Do you see any more? I don't see any.
Leah has endless content right now.
I do. I'm like the
Mhm.
happiest Genshin player ever. I never run
I'm
out of
very
content.
I'm very happy that you're chest maxing. I'm very happy for you. But also,
I know
just
we're
wanna
talking about
say-
treasure chests, but for some reason, never mind.
I'm exercising.
just-
I'm training my
I
abs.
I just want to say
Your
I'm
abs are
still
not your
so
chest.
Sick. Like Simulanka's World Quest made me sick, especially after the Archon quest and like the chair and copy. I wanted to say I was so sick when that happened, and in streaming that, I'm like, there's no way. This is literally just a 1-to-1. Well, not a 1-to-1, but like the foreshadowing is the lore is loring, and that's all I'll say.
Kiryu, are you trying? Wait, hold on. I didn't think about this, but are you trying to say that Capitano can't get up from that throne because there's glue on the seat?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, exactly.
The reason why that happened is because there's glue. The super glue was too strong, and unfortunately, Renova was like, "All right, you got that, I guess."
God.
The heavenly principles are actually just glue.
Barely.
More like thermal paste.
What kind of glue?
I mean, honestly, it just looks like gum to me. Like I was, looking at like a playset with Legos, it's like someone stuck a piece of gum. So Renova stuck a piece of gum on the chair. She chewed
Speaking
it up.
of-
And then Capitano's just like permanently stuck to it.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to visit him. Excuse me.
Oh, let's go see him.
Wait, I do
Why?
gotta say, like, I love him, and I want him to be playable, but also I do like the fact that we can just go visit him,
It's so lovely.
just say hi.
I can just
What I
look
like
at him.
better is opening my game and seeing him on my character list.
You know, whether or not he's gonna be playable, I think his story definitely isn't done because he's just like literally in the ley line somewhere.
He's
Mhm.
literally like he is quite literally hiding in your Wi-Fi in the ley lines, and I'm just like, can he come out? Like,
He's welcome anytime.
And you know what really bothers me is like how at the Lantern Rite event, Ningguang was like, "Oh, this is probably related to Natlan, huh?" And like whatever happened over there, and it's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Capitano, playable 6.9.
Hell yeah.
Please. Sorry, I just think he's neat. I was so sad to I'm not going to say what I'm going to say, but I was very sad to discover that I could not do something.
No, say it. You have to say it now.
No.
No, please.
I'm getting emotional just being here.
You wanted to sit on his lap like Santa Claus, didn't you?
I don't like adding Santa Claus to that, but I do like Capitano a lot.
No, but okay,
sorry.
you have to
I'm
understand.
upset.
I have to add Santa Claus because Ruse is here.
I was gonna say, did you say that just to trigger me?
Yes.
I'm triggered right now. Why would you bring up Santa Claus to me? I know why. Because you know I get upset about Santa Claus.
This is the most
Why?
chaotic
Can you tell
Lorekeeper
us?
stream
No.
we've ever had.
No, we've been over this so. No, it's like there are a lot of like Odin Santa Claus parallels and.
Oh my god. Never mind.
I like to
Odin,
bother Ruse
Santa
with it. It's
Claus?
fine. Yeah.
Wait, I need an explanation.
If Odin is Santa Claus, is that why? That's wild that we learned about Santa Claus from the Silver Twig. Then that's kind of wild. Like, hello. Also,
Well, I mean, if it's true, that means Mrs. Claus tried to kill him a few times, which is kind of funny.
That's some lore.
But also means Dainsleif might be Rudolph, which I think is twice as funny, and therefore it's canon. You see how that works?
Rudolph's not grumpy.
Yeah.
Well, he's also got a red nose and not a blue one, but you know, semantics, I guess.
well, either way,
Dainsleif, the blue-winged reindeer,
like at this point,
had some very
I personally
emo
don't mind
notes.
either way. Should Capitano be playable or not? I think his story. I don't believe his story is over, but right now I'm not like devastated, if that makes sense, because I just thoroughly enjoyed like his role and the amount of lore that we've received from natlan. So
Leah, I have a
I definitely
chest.
yeah,
liked
sorry.
the end of his story.
Chest.
Oh, I have to leave you. I'm sorry, Capitano. Actually, I'm not sorry. Goodbye.
That's so
Oh,
rude.
are you in Natlan? I'm sorry. I guess I'm the only one in Leeway still.
No, Kiryu was like, we want to go visit Capitano, and then we teleported over.
Let's go
didn't
sit on
say
his lap.
we,
I will go sit on
said
his lap.
I did not say we. I said I am going to visit
Follow
him.
the leader.
I have a random actual lore thought, guys. Do you guys want to hear my lore thought?
Yes,
It's kinda
let's
random.
talk
So we can
about
talk
lore.
about
Okay,
lore.
no,
What is
because,
happening?
because of Leeway. So
Can you be trusted?
Can I be trusted? Yes, trust
What?
me.
No.
Please send me your
alright,
social security
I trust
numbers.
you. Yes, send it over.
Aren't
Yeah.
those public now anyway?
Okay, so in the web event, the Moon web event, so you see the sequence of events, right? And in the Eternal Moon one, like you see like this town getting swallowed by the waves,
Yeah.
and there's actually a lot of mentions of like a big flood. So
Yep.
like outside of Fontaine, right?
Like Violet
So-
Court.
There, yeah, the Inazuma domain, and then also in Liyue, in the chasm, the
you smaller than
paleontological
me?
investigations where you see the bishop bones with trilobites, which
Yep.
were marine critters, right? And what's his face was like, oh, there must have been like some sort of like huge event that happened all at once,
under the
just,
bridge,
like,
Leah.
killing all these creatures, right? And then also the book, The Fall and Rise of Remuria, like it states at the very start that there used to be a civilization and then they got greedy or whatever, and there was a huge flood.
Yep.
So
Specifically, the ancient Remurians were tired of inscrutable eternity.
oh, eternity mention? Eternity?
Oh my god, there's an
Eternity
Oculus
is
here.
cyclical.
Leah, I
Hmm.
swear to God.
Where's the chest? I was trying to get to you, and then you
Under the
went,
bridge.
What bridge?
Oh my god.
Leah, do you have the chest finders crafted?
No.
Ah, I see. Carry on.
Okay.
Anyway, I also talked about that in my video rooms because, like, I just think it's really interesting that we have explicit confirmation that there was a flood, and it's not just like in like a little tiny thing, like domain descriptions that only people that are crazy about the lore are gonna like read every single detail.
I'm
Because like
thinking of this now, maybe because I'm kind of stupid, but now I'm thinking back to like the Ark mention in Before Sun and Moon.
Oh yeah, doesn't Tevat mean art?
Yeah, but like they also use the word arc in English, I guess. I
Well,
haven't
it might
visited that
be,
book in a while.
except Crystal
Shout out the
also
boatman in Tsurumi Island.
Crystal also found another potential name for Tevat. Like origin.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
She said it might come from the Estonian word for Tevat Tat, which is literally Tevat at, and it means Sky Father, as in Odin the Sky Father, or Heavenly Father, or in English, the Formidable Father. I'm just saying.
That's really
Ooh,
interesting.
that's
Also, I
juicy.
died when I was trying to teleport. I'm totally dead.
Oh no.
Oh. You'll be fine. But no, that's really interesting. I say, staring at
But-
Capitano's corpse.
Knowing Hoyo, it's probably both.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, knowing Hoyo, like, it has to be both. They're always connecting as many things as they can.
They love wordplay.
They really do.
But on the topic of Odin, I'm still thinking of back during the chasm when we first, not first, excuse me, but when we really got item descriptions about him, and
There's
I
an
feel like
updraft
it's
here?
been a while since we've gotten a bit more, and I'm wondering when we will, because of course I believe that this is, just in relation to Conria, and they can only hold out for so long, but
You
I don't
mean
know.
like how Odin is connected with like King Ermin, basically? Like the one of the great sinners.
I'm sure you said great like sinners, but you cut out, and I thought you said great
Yes.
dinners, and I'm like,
I
well,
said
that's
great
not for
sinners.
me.
I'm sorry if it cut out. I said
Actually,
great sinners.
I think King Ehrman would be a great dinner. Thank you.
No. Oh my
Okay,
goodness.
Sorry, guys. I am who I am. You have to accept me.
I do? I wasn't aware
But
there was a
also-
choice.
But I think that's something I also. Sorry, King Alex had mentioned in my chat that, or in Leah's chat, that there are still unanswered questions in the chasm, like the upside down city, and then the entire theory surrounding how Tevat is actually upside down. And not saying that they said that latter part, but I just. We're reaching a boiling point when it comes to lore, and I feel we only have so much time left. So sorry, I just really got into thinky mode, and I get quiet when I start to form my own theories.
It's okay. I was
No
also
worries.
starting to think about Conria. Because like, oh my god, when they had the cutscene with Capitano, I exploded actually.
Don't hurt the guy.
Just
I think all of us did.
yeah, but like
Yeah.
just that little glimpse into Conria, I was like, God, I need more. I'm feral right now.
I mean, I'm sorry. This will still be under the like line of Capitano glazing, but it's the fact that his heart was modified in such a way that like souls and memories are just information. Like that. Like, can I get more? Like, I need more Conria lore. I really do, because you can't just say that and then we're like, all right, here's your new
That's an
region. Have fun with ancient dragons.
technology.
Going back to Nordcry, but I really feel like Nordcry is going to be the start of all of the Harbingers lore, because of course we're going to get all of that in Snezhnaya as like the home base of the Harbingers, but then also Piero and Capitano having connections to Conria, like Snezhnaya and the Harbingers are going to be the connection that will lead into the Conria chapter. So all of this endgame lore is probably going to start to ramp up, like even in Nordcry, because we're going to learn about the Frost Moon. With the Frost Moon scions there and stuff like that. Whatever ancient technology that Dottore is like trying to study and use in Nordcry, like it is all gonna start connecting back to like things that have been teased since the very beginning. And I am crossing my fingers, Hoyoverse, that Snezhnaya is going to be the start of like patching those things together and not just introducing like brand new information.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Too,
that's
though. They
negative.
have
We've been
to.
waiting.
Well, especially because I was really excited when we had the On the Trail of Behemoths event, because that was when we discovered that, oh, the Frost Moon Scions, they have a special power. Their
Eh.
powers predate the 7 elements. And I'm like, okay. Okay. So if you're going to give, like, I'm excited because we're getting just more information. Like, anything that's like unified civilization, like ancient, like I'm all over it. So like you mentioned, I do think that we're at the point where it's like everything will have to ramp up, because we can't just be slowly fed things over time. Well, I mean, we can, but like we're at this point where I don't even know how to describe it. What else?
They have
What more?
to tell us. They have to give it up. And also, that mysterious power. Are we going to be able to use it? What
The
is it?
Traveler is the Traveler themselves has so many interesting abilities. And once again, I'm happy how in Natlan they're like, yeah, remember that purification thing that they can do? We're gonna actually they're just going to use it more. They do have a limit as to what they can and can't do. And then we learned how the Abyss sibling was just able to, or modified asterisk, to absorb like abyssal energy. So
Well,
it's
that's
like,
what the Traveler does too. They don't purify anything. They suck it up.
yeah, they just absorb. They're just like a sponge.
Abyss vacuum.
So, yep.
I mean, something else to note is that, like, if the moons were nations of the dragons, then, like, the fact that the Traveler's abilities are thought to mimic, like, the powers of the Sovereigns, like, the different elemental abilities, it's kind of an interesting point to think about.
I personally
Because
always
it's like we're already using...
Three moons,
Right.
and a dragon daddy, and a dragon daddy.
I mean, for the longest time, I'm like, okay,
Ta-da.
the Traveler's
Yeah.
abilities don't really appear to mimic the Archons. And I think we just really got that full center when we just saw how the Traveler more or less had like a very weak version of like Neuvillette charge attack. So, but with that being said, I'm excited because now it's like, okay, well, what will their abilities look like in Snezhnaya when the time comes? But I don't want to go too much on a tangent. I feel like I've taken the conversation.
No, not at all.
To me,
I mean,
please.
so I had some questions prepared, but I've just kind of been letting things flow as they may because I get the feeling that we've been having fun being chaotic as well. So
Also, oh, you were saying?
no, we've kind of gone through everything that I have down, other than the Yume Mizuki introduction, like the Inazuma event and stuff like that. Already, we've already gone through everything that I had down.
I have nothing to
believe
say
I
about
may
that
have-
quest.
Accidentally well, actually no, Leah probably triggered it, but it's the fact that like we're in Dragonland. I do think it would be great if Neuvillette was here, but I understand why he is not.
Oh, I can make Neuvillette be here. Well, no.
But also, please don't, I'm trying to focus, but also it's the fact that like, can I get more, like I actually want Nibelung lore, please. Give me more. Wait,
The
what is
actual
happening?
Dragon Daddy lore.
I don't. Okay.
Do we actually want to talk a bit about what we learned from the Inazuma event and Mizuki Story Quest? Because we didn't have a Lorekeepers discussion back, like, for a couple patches now.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, we should.
I know this is like really recent content, but we haven't had a chance to discuss it yet as a group.
Of course.
And also, Inazuma hasn't had like a proper flagship event in a very long time, so for me, it was really nice going back and seeing everyone, even if it's like payoffs that we've been waiting for a very long time.
I don't have anything to say about
I-
either of them, honestly.
Well, I
Can you say that
actually have.
again?
I actually I do have some thoughts. So confession, I have not done Mizuki's story quest.
You're not missing anything.
But okay.
Ooh.
And then
By the way,
I
Ashka
heard
is
you
the
say
number one
that
Mizuki hater.
previously, so I've been taking my time, or like not.
I am.
rushing
Yeah,
it.
that's
But,
true.
like, the event, I did think it was really interesting how it's building upon like the abyssal corrosion syndrome, where it's like the abyss really makes you see shit that isn't there, right? Or like it distorts reality. And this is like one of the main themes of Men of Lithen, which was recently released.
Yeah, like what
But
if that
also
is reality?
Well, and here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think Men of Lithen is also getting at how, what is truth and what is fiction, what is reality and what is fake. Like they're trying to say something about that. But like we've had this for a long time. Like remember again in the chasm, like my favorite place. I just love dropping down in that hole.
Yeah.
But Jichong, like, when she goes off after like that main quest, like she has these hallucinations of like, oh, the Golden City, the Black Watchtower, and then
Yes.
also with the Chasm interlude, you have the fear room, and like this sort of entity is like, it's clever and like playing with your fears and everything, and making you see your deepest fears. So I think this is a really cool theme that they've been building on for a long, long time. And I think the Inazuma event really brought that back and sort of, made it very apparent that this is like a thing. So I really enjoyed that aspect.
Rue, I just want you to know that entire time I was so distracted because Leah's been chasing me as Novelette, and while I know that's someone's fantasy out there, I am trying to focus. So I do.
I don't even know where you
But
guys
in all
are.
serious, I am running away from the Hydro Dragon Sovereign. But
I don't know
that
where I
being
am.
said-
I'm following Kiryu.
But no, on that note, in a more serious note, I really do appreciate how they've been expanding more on that, because I'm happy you mentioned Jixiong or Jixiong. I apologize for mispronouncing her name, but it's just so that we know that the abyss messes with you physically, psychologically, et cetera, but to actually really experience that and see it at the forefront I think they've been doing a much better job at that, and just how tragic it actually is.
Mhm.
So I don't know, like
They have been showing us that trauma for like a number of quests and events now.
Yeah, I really thought that the Inazuma event would go in the direction of like Raiden is going to genuinely get therapy for like the things she went through in her life, and then it kind of took an unexpected twist at the end. At least for me. I really like Yume Mizuki. I don't know. I feel like whether or not you liked Natlan, I think there is some truth that Genshin's designs, especially character designs, kind of departed from the original Genshin feel. And a lot of like long-time players felt that, because I think Natlan has been very polarizing in like a lot of different ways. Like they have more modern designs. What the fuck is this? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Hello.
this is a quest chest. I wanted to try and stop you before you opened it, but it's a world quest. It was a world quest. So that's
anyway.
why-
Revenge of the quests.
Anyway,
Revenge of the
but
unopened
I
chests.
feel
I
like
love it. I
Yume
love it.
Mizuki- I know Ashka just did that because I'm saying something nice about Mizuki. Anyway,
What? I didn't do anything. I that was not
Wait, I
on
just
me.
started
You opened the
dialogue.
chest. I didn't do shit.
I just started the dialogue. What happened? Okay, anyway.
You should do that quest. It's actually quite
what I was
good.
trying to say. What I was trying to say is that I feel like Yume Mizuki is like the first time in a long time that Genshin was trying to like figure out what they are and what they do, because Mizuki felt like such a Genshin character to me. I don't know how else to describe her. Like she captures like that Genshin whimsy that
Oh, I
has
feel
been
that.
missing in
I know
Natlan
what
for
you
a long
mean.
time. Yeah.
I get the vibe.
it's like not. I'm not trying to say that Natlan was bad. Like there are aspects that were different though, and I feel like that's not disputable. And I feel like
I'll
Community
dispute
was
it.
like a call home.
I'll dispute it because the thing that I like about Natlan, as opposed to everywhere else, is the fact that a lot of the things that were kind of subtle in the other regions are just more obvious here. So, like, a lot of the high-tech stuff,
Yeah.
for example, or the more modern feeling, for example, are just because they happen to be closer to the most modern period of time that we had in, Genshin's history, which was the era of dragons. So, like, technically speaking, they are the most quote-unquote archaic of the regions because they are the ones closest to the past, but that also makes them the most modern because the past was more modern than it is today.
Oh, true.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's
I
kind of
agree
why
with
I'm
you.
looking
I
at it
agree
going
with
like,
you.
I just don't really agree with the idea that, Natlan was actually all that different. I just don't. Like, because,
I
like,
think-
you can look at Kenichi and be like, no, he doesn't even look like a Genshin character. Like, he's wearing too much modern clothing. Dude, Chongyun's wearing a hoodie. He's wearing, like, literally the same thing, but with, like, some I Ching symbols on it instead. Like, it's
I completely agree with you, and I was
I don't
also
know.
making the same argument when like there was like a lot of discourse about Natlan designs, but I feel like it's because we have that like really deep lore perspective, and like we see that like the trajectory that Genshin's going in, that we can like say that it fits Genshin.
I
feel
just-
like a lot of people that are more casual.
I just don't think it has anything to do with the
would agree
designs. I
with
think
the
it has
vibe
everything to do with the fact that people were expecting Natlan to be one thing, and then it wasn't that one thing, and then that kind of
Yeah.
just threw everything else off. It was just
Yeah, yeah,
expectations
yeah,
versus
yeah.
reality. I just don't feel like the characters feel different to me, apart
that's
from their
fair.
like traversal mechanics, obviously. But like in terms of design, I don't really feel like they feel that different.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I'll
would
dispute your
agree.
original point. Is basically all I was saying. I'll be the devil on the shoulder or whatever you want it to be.
Sorry, I was just quiet during that because I am now distracted thinking about dragons.
Aren't we
Can you
all?
tell us your thoughts, Kiryu, about dragons?
No, they're not safe.
Oh no.
For work
now you
or
have
like
to
in
share
general?
Yeah, apparently we're in
This is a
Lorekeepers
safe
after
space.
dark, so
Well, I mean,
No,
technically,
I
this is
think
work
it's
for
good
me,
to
so.
have lore talk. I am just going to explore Natlan and just that's it.
I want to go up to the Tonatia. Where is?
You mean the giant yarn ball in the sky?
Yeah.
Or maybe a ball
But
of
I also-
snakes.
But I also
Either way, cats like them.
I do appreciate your take on Natlan though, because I took a break in between certain patches just because I was focused on life stuff. And for a while I was wondering if there was something missing in Natlan or maybe if I didn't really
What?
like it too
What
much.
happened?
But
Who
I
threw me off
honestly
the cliff?
feel at certain in certain instances perhaps I was too harsh on it in certain areas. But like I have my criticisms of it. But
What
I think it's good. I enjoy it personally.
No, I agree.
So-
I'm not saying Natlan was bad at all. I'm saying
Oh,
that
no, I wasn't saying
I
you were
think
saying
there
that.
is like a chunk of the player base that feels like it was different from like what they would expect from Genshin. That is all I was saying. Like I don't even like necessarily agree with that chunk of the player base, but I like to think about people's different perspectives on things and like what that might mean. So that's all I was mentioning.
All I wanted to do was
Yeah,
go up
like-
to Tonatia, and then someone threw me off a cliff, and I died.
That couldn't have been me. I'm fighting for my life.
I think it was an
against
enemy,
The abyss.
but
Oh.
I didn't see what it was.
Wait, where?
I revived already. Dude, what?
But where did you die?
Yeah, actually, weird.
I
feel
was
like
I was down
we're
where near
all in-
Kiryu was.
We need to track down who killed you.
I die all the time in my world. I think it's just dangerous here.
Oh, okay.
Chat is largely talking about Mavuika now, on the topic of like Natlan being hit or miss for some players. I'm actually kind of.
I mean, designs are hit or miss, yeah, but like I don't feel like the designs are out of place. Like for me, that is a big difference, right?
No, for sure. And I'm segueing into a different discussion because I'm curious what you guys think of her personality.
Mavuika
Mavuika?
is fine for me. Like I don't strongly dislike her or like I'm like obsessed with her. Like I think she's okay.
I liked her quite a bit at first, but she kind of grew downwards for me because they just continuously kept glazing her for no reason instead of like Genshin storytelling sometimes has a very prominent problem of like telling instead of showing. And with the amount of times that they were telling me that Mavuika is wonderful and perfect and amazing and brave and incredible and marvelous, like, okay, can you show that though? And I just kind of got a little bit bored, I guess.
You know, that's valid.
It was a little too much, and she wasn't, I don't know, didn't have much depth,
I
for lack of a
like
better word.
Mavuika on paper. If you take her and you put her in isolation and you put her somewhere, right? Like you read her character stories or whatever, like I think she's fine. But
Yeah.
I think the main issue for me was the presentation of her in the story. I thought that
agree.
they just kept putting her in situations where they would only show this one. They would only light her from what angle? You know what I mean?
Note.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a model that only has one good side, and so they only photograph that one side, and they won't show you anything
Right.
else. And it's like, no, I want to see the whole model.
I
I'd
completely
like
agree.
to see a little bit more, but
So,
yeah,
like-
they just kind of kept glazing.
On paper, I like her, but like in the story, she's too one note. But that's not like the character's fault. It's just the writers did not. It's like a chef with really bad plating.
I've been rewatching Naruto lately with my roommate.
Why?
It's good. It's nostalgic. Anyway, so we got through like Tsunade's
Good and
arc,
Naruto
now
should not
we're
belong in the same sentence together, but I will forgive you.
Listen, we're in Shippuden.
I will forgive
and
you.
Tsunade is now the 5th Hokage. And every
Great.
time Tsunade opens her mouth, it's like everything. I feel like Tsunade and Mavuika have very similar personalities, minus like Tsunade's like genuine flaws. But I don't know. When I was younger, I used to dislike her as a character, and now I really like her. I feel like I kind of wish Mavuika was more like Tsunade. That is all I'm saying.
For me, I like every
Woohoo!
Archon quest and all of that will have like it's very hype moments, very huge lore bombshell moments. But for me, I think I'm more so indifferent towards Mavuika because I don't strongly dislike her. I wouldn't go that far, and I don't really love her. But it's because I wanted to have a little bit more of her, like Ashikai stated, from a different angle. Because I'm not expecting for every Archon to have the sheer like trauma and angst that Fiorina went through, or the like backing away, I'm still very suspicious, haha, Zhongli kind of stuff. I just wanted to experience more with her that's outside of her just being, because she's very capable, very strong, she can do all of that. But it just felt a bit hollow in some cases because I felt like I couldn't connect to her like I could with the other Archons. And while there's nothing wrong with that, and I'm again stating like I don't dislike her, I just really felt like something was missing there for me personally. So I hope I can get, or maybe we'll get a little bit more of her in the future, that's packaged differently, but that's at least how I felt.
Yeah, because I feel like she's not really written without flaws, but they kind of show her that way. And that kind
Yeah.
of
They
sums
gloss
up how I
over
feel
them
about her.
quite a bit. Anytime she like doubts herself, she brings herself back so quickly. There's like almost no struggle. It's like, what happens if you fail? And she's like, well, I won't. Like that's about it, really.
Did Zhongli show any
What if you
side?
struggle
So
to do this thing.
okay, so like
just
compare,
wrong.
if you compare Mavuika to other Archons, because there's a bunch of stuff going on in my chat about this. I think the point is more like Zhongli does have flaws, but he also doesn't have the screen time and like the relevance inside of the plot that Mavuika did, right? Because like in his own quest, Zhongli is very absent. He's very backseat. You're not even technically supposed to know who he is that whole time. So he's not supposed to be, you know, front and center about his own personal character growth, because it wasn't really supposed to be about him. Whereas like Mahuika's presence in the Archon quest was a lot about her, like her growth, her story, her plan, her everything. Whereas Zhongli's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna sit here and drink tea while these people, I'll step in if something goes wrong, but you guys just do your thing, right? Like, so to me, there's like a difference because of what role they both played in their own quests, and I will argue that for the other Archons as well. Like, I thought Farina compared to Mavuika in terms of like the presentation of how many different sides they showed of her and like the role and the growth that she went through throughout the quest is a perfect example of why it's easier to connect to Farina than it is to connect to Mavuika. And it's not a flaw of the character. It's just the flaw of like how the writers decided to present their roles in the story that happened. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yes,
like,
it does.
Farina's story in Fontaine was meant to be an emotional roller coaster. Like, the whole point of Fontaine was drama. They really played the drama up, and Farina's story was the climax of all of that. And I honestly think Fontaine was written super well. And I understand people that had a preference for Fontaine's style of writing. They come to Natlan and they're like, oh, this is kind of underwhelming because they just got off that emotional roller coaster, and Natlan isn't really about that, right? It hits at like a lot of different types of like story tropes and points and stuff like that. And I think it does it pretty well. But it's different, and it's intentionally different.
Yeah.
So.
It is. Yeah. And I mean, it's going to hit different for different people. Like, I know some people who like adore everything about Natlan, and that's absolutely awesome. But like sometimes I think the discrepancy between the different regions and how they're presented works against the game, like as a cohesive narrative than it does for it. So like I think there's criticisms to be had from all sides on that. As a side note, though, I'm sitting in front of one of those balls of blue light that you're supposed to like bounce around or whatever, and I can't help but think that this thing looks a lot like the fragments of the celestial nails, like the ones that you see in the chasm and the one that you see in Dragonspine. And I'm just staring at it spinning.
And like the same material at the bottom of like the obsidian totems and the tribes.
I always thought that blue.
Well, I mean, it's got the swirlies on it. I mean,
energy.
Wait, Ashikai, I'm looking right now, and yes, it does.
Yeah.
How do I get there? I'm trying to get there.
I jumped off the ship, and there's like a huge puzzle here, which I don't even think I've done on my own account. I didn't know this was here.
I'm on my way.
But I'm just looking at this ball being like, dude, this looks like a unrefined version of like the orbs from the celestial nails that get, pushed off. Someone asked me what I think about One Piece. One Piece is fine. I just got fatigued because it's really, 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 really long. And I left around the mermaid arc. But like, it's fine. I liked it a lot more as a kid.
But yeah, on the topic of, like, I don't know what exactly you're talking about, but if you're connecting it with like the celestial nails and stuff, I wrote a thread like literally years ago connecting like the celestial nails to the statue of the Seven, and I feel like the blue stuff is connected with like Irminsul and Irminsul energy and fruits and stuff like that. Because the statues are all hooked up to the ley lines, right?
Yeah, and that blue energy is also all around, like Deshret's mausoleum. Yeah. Oh, also in Fontaine, when you do and pneumosia reaction, it creates blue.
Talking about Fontaine so much, I'm just thinking of Furina. I love Furina. I stan.
Oh my god, it looks like a little water droplet thing. Oh my gosh. Wait. What's this swirly pattern on it?
That's what I was saying.
Picture of like one of those like fragments.
It's like very Nouvelette. Wait, I have them out already.
How do I find that?
I do not even remember, honestly, how to even get to you guys, so I'm just gonna teleport.
I dropped down from from the ship.
Yeah, I had to drop down as well. I
think you're supposed to.
Up there and then drop down. Wait, Riz, are you online?
What?
She just went and looked at my stream.
Am I on Genshin?
Yeah.
Oh no, should I be?
Oh no, I mean you can be if you want to. I heard someone ask, "How do I find that?" Never mind.
There are so many oculi around here, Leah. I swear to God.
You already moved on from this thing. I just got here.
I
and
was
you're,
there for
already
like
gone?
5 minutes.
Endless
My
content.
chat was so bored.
Oh my god.
Oh, this area. Oh, yeah.
I have a question, by the way, on the topic of natlan thing, not being what we expected, but we're finally getting our Travail character.
Yep.
Ruse, is this you?
I used to be very excited for Eon-san, and I'm actually going to be skipping Eon-san. I'm so sorry.
You shouldn't. She's looking to be a second Bennett.
I personally am holding my guarantee for Skirk. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I'm gonna pull for Skirk for sure, but I'm more wondering, like, did Kachina actually end up taking the role that Eon-san was supposed to have?
Dunno.
That's interesting. That's actually an interesting comment.
Like, I've been sitting on
can I
that for a
join?
while.
Leah, can I join?
Yeah, I didn't know
Okay,
if it was you.
Oh, yeah,
so
sorry.
I didn't
it's me,
accept
it's
it.
me.
Yeah.
No, I changed my name because, I feel like it was patches ago. There was like, oh, maybe it was for the fishing event. I don't like to go into co-op with my actual name because I don't want to be bad at something and people think like, oh, Ruse is a bad gamer.
Ruse is just a little too famous.
Whenever
and
I do
doesn't
that,
wanna
I
get
just join a world
recognized.
as Ito, and then if I lose or I'm bad, then I'm in character. Yeah, see?
Very
So
true.
That's my big
used
brain.
to-
That's as big brain as I get.
I used to do.
I do
co-op
win trays as
things,
Ito and only Ito.
but I am first and foremost a lore person. So anything that comes with combat, you will have to ignore, unless I'm in Final Fantasy 14, and then I'm sweaty. But other than that, in this game, I'm just very comfy, you know. But I am excited for those who will be wishing for Eon-san and learn more about the Collective of Plenty and things of that nature. I really am.
I want to try to
I'm
get
really
her.
excited for the Collective of Plenty. I hope that there's a lot more there because I don't know, like with Natlan's story over and they're already teasing Notcry, it kind of feels like it's not that it's going to be underwhelming. I just hope that it will also be as important as the other things.
I mean, we're going to a
And then
volcano.
It's a pacing issue. It's a pacing issue for me.
I want the volcano to be as scary as the volcano in Legend of Zelda, the Nintendo 60 Ocarina of Time.
I don't think
Nintendo
that's going to happen
64.
though, because when you go inside of
Yeah.
the thing, you get like teleported to a whole different domain, like a subdomain.
Yeah.
With
You're
all
like
the
a-
like splashes in the sky and stuff.
Speaking
like,
of
what the hell is going
simulations
on
and
in
computers,
there?
I'm now thinking of domains as like web domains and like the little realms as sub. I'm gonna go
Well,
away
yeah,
now. Bye.
They kind of are.
They are, because the sheer amount of domains and like sub-regions and alternate spaces that exist in Tavat is already like a topic within itself. So that would not surprise me by any means.
Where's the chest, Ashkai? Where is it?
What chest?
You said there's a chest over here.
I said there's
Leah, are
oculi.
you asking? So, Leah, are you asking so you can go stand up to it and just ignore it?
and not open it.
No.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, if I see a chest, I'm just not
No.
gonna say anything because I
I'm
know
pretty sure the
Leah.
last time we did this, I stood beside so many chests that you would be like, "Oh yay!" and then just walk
No, I
away.
keep finding oculi. Like, why won't you pick up the oculi?
Oh, I haven't
Like-
opened this one.
Because it's deliberate, I just don't even bother. I'm like, if Leah decides to open or collect them, then that will be that I will preserve my own mental
Leah's
health.
leaving
I have the
things
coolest
to
hat.
do, okay?
Ooh, right through my head.
If you 100% clear anything, why log in?
Listen, me and my community. we are
Because-
massive fools.
I'm a busy adult, and only having to spend like 5 minutes doing my commission in the morning is awesome, and not having to worry about anything else.
That is very nice.
True.
Hey, where's the oculi? I'm looking. I don't see any.
I swear to God.
Oh,
I just came from an island where there were 3, and there's one right here.
Oh, there's one.
so
Wow.
I do actually want to ask, because I did read The Men of Lithen, and my brain broke
Yeah.
So did we actually want to have more of conversation about that? Or did we already feel comfortable in what we've discussed thus far? Because I didn't know if we had actually, discussed that novel.
Yeah, I would like
to
to
its full-
discuss it a bit more.
We can definitely talk about it. I think okay, so to be fair, I know Ashikai made a video and I read
Yep.
the script like 3 months ago and I totally forgot what she said. I don't know if you guys make videos.
My TLDR for the whole thing was like half of my video is like talking about just like the inspirations for the book. So I was talking about like Metropolis and Isaac Asimov's Foundation series and stuff like that. So like I went over a lot of that kind of stuff. And then I went off on like a bunch of tangents about things, about dragons, and people and actually being dragons probably. But like I think the biggest thing that was the takeaway from that video, like for me, is like the possibility that the primordial sea is actually what's left of Nouvelette's old body, and all dragons were at one point at their core a single human form that kind of like became a mass of other humans and eventually turned into this big chimeric creature that we call a dragon. That was my big
Dragon
takeaway
soup.
from the whole thing.
Dragon soup.
Oh my god.
I drink that soup.
That was fun.
Thank you. Whee! Wait, also
Is
important
phlogiston just
point.
dragon remains.
Huh?
Is Conria underneath Oklahoma?
What?
Yeah.
No.
It-
No.
Yeah.
Guys, the panhandle of
obviously.
Oklahoma, it's so sus because Conria's right beneath it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
That's why the Homa
Alright,
symbol is
understand.
everywhere. Is because
right?
No,
no, that's why the Homa symbol is everywhere.
stop suppressing.
You
'Cause
don't
it's
understand how personal
Oklahoma.
this is to me because I had a friend make a PowerPoint presentation for a Kraken conspiracy theory conference about Blade being Wisconsin. Anyway.
I was going to go to a specific area here in Natlan, but Leah has not done that world quest yet.
What?
Wait, which one? I swear I did everything.
Oh, Leah's a lore skipper.
No, that's
No.
right. Wait, what did I
I'm
miss? I
kidding.
thought I
You-
did everything.
You did open your heart to me, right?
Yes.
Okay. I was like, can I break this and go down here or no? Also, I just realized that there's like an alpaca here.
What?
Sorry, I just want to go.
Alpaca?
Okay, yes, you have. There's like a little baby, like stone thing,
Oh.
right by its, like, the
was
first
very
entrance you go
confused.
to.
Catching so many strays right now. I did this quest. I'm here.
Uh-huh.
I'm down here. Look.
I actually don't know where you
This
guys
is a
are.
new account.
Oh,
maybe you
oh,
haven't
oh, I
done
see,
it
I
on
see. You're
here.
going down to see Ishlo.
Yes.
I see.
Yep.
Hello, friend.
But also,
I'm gonna sit on her
Man.
nose.
So I feel like we've gone through all of the discussion topics, by the way, that I had prepared, and we've also doubled back over them quite a bit. I'm actually surprised at our speed because normally we're talking for like a super long time about things. I feel like there's just like a lot of information that we've either already processed from the past couple of patches or like we already knew, I guess, and
She's
there's
so
not
pretty.
much to talk about in that sense. Wait, where are you going?
So what you're saying is
I was
we were
gonna
too
go see Ishlo.
organized
Where'd you guys
today.
go?
Well, no, I just saw Kiryu riding past on something. I'm so confused. I think that was Mulani's spirit waves. It just looked funny for me. Anyway, what I wanted to say was, do we want to like look at our chats and like see if there's any questions lingering there? Because like,
I forgot about chat. Sorry, guys.
yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
we have chats that have been very active, and I think if we don't have anything else to really talk about, we could definitely take some questions from chat, and I don't know, maybe there's
That's
like
a good
lingering
idea.
thoughts.
We can give them some attention. They deserve it. The children yearn for answers.
First
tangent.
question that I see that I think would be a great start. Any thoughts on what Enjo is up to?
I was looking at that too.
Hopefully me.
Oh,
What?
Oh, how did you beat me? You beat me to that. We all love Enjo here.
Get in
We
line.
stand Enjo. Okay,
I mean,
I'm
I
in
like him,
line.
but even I'm not gonna do that. That sounds painful.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
For
I'm
For
gonna die, I'm
burning
gonna die.
itching sensations onto a whole different level.
Oh no.
Personally, I think Enjo is doing what he does best and being up to no good. Parentheses.
And doing nothing
Nature.
useful.
Yeah, he's just doing his own thing.
He's comic
Wasting
relief, but
time
lore
on
coded.
die.
Ow.
I have a question in my chat from Oscar who says, what type of lore do y'all think we're getting next patch besides, of course, Dragon lore?
I wonder if we're gonna get more Notecry teasers, because I know we have the web event, but I'm kind of curious about their timing of releasing the web event, because it's obviously
They're
connected to
starting the
Notecry.
build-up.
Yeah, they're starting the build up, and we've already had build up. Like we've had
yeah.
Mavuika talking about Notecry and etc., but we might get more crumbs.
Also, so maybe I'm misremembering, but didn't the preview for Verace's quest have a bunch of mushrooms? Are we gonna get mushroom lore for the lore scores?
Shamaran 2, let's go! Fungi
'Cause I thought that was
Boogaloo!
weird. I was like, what? Why are we in like this very
Because-
like esque?
Deshret is everywhere! You will obey, my
Racist
son!
Mushroom.
So
You will
mushroom
heed him.
lore.
So, personally, for me, I think it's very obviously on the nose to suspect moon lore, but it probably won't happen. But I want more Hexenzirkel lore. I personally do.
Oh, I actually think that is
True.
the lore besides moon lore that we're most likely to get. I'm so totally seconding that. There's okay, I don't remember who the original author of this one theory is, but one of my favorite theories from like the early days of Genshin was this idea that the Hexenzirkel are actually the ones who founded the Adventurers Guild. And the Adventurers Guild is headquartered in Shinajnaya. So, yeah. Also, witches and moons, totally related.
Absolutely.
Always. Like
Absolutely.
I am convinced that Alice is a Seelie or at least a Jinn. I'm like thoroughly convinced.
Also, because we haven't really talked about, but I wanted to, or like not us talking about, but there's just like elves, and I want to know like what's that about in Tavat. But
What the elves?
like they're just like a long-lived race, and that's what Alice, the extent of that.
Wait, guys, wait. Sorry. Can I quickly mention though that during the Bottleland event, Kaya specifically does have dialogue about Jin talking to Klee.
Does he?
Wait, I don't remember.
He does.
this.
He does.
That's
he
a deep cut. Oh my goodness.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, he does. He does. It's in the first act when they're in the desert. He like mentions.
Oh, in the
Jin-
Bottleland.
Bottleland. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you
He
meant
also
like
mentions
at
it
the
in
end of
his hangout.
Simulanka.
Oh no, Bottleland.
Okay, yeah.
I
I'm,
said
I'm with you. I'm
Bottleland,
with
right?
you.
Yeah.
Well, I heard it wrong. I think I thought you said that like at the end of Simulanka he was commenting about something that happened in Bottleland, and I was like, I don't remember that.
Oh no.
So I think
this
I heard
was
you wrong.
during Bottleland, but also in his hangout he mentions Jin because he gifts you the teapot thing, the lamp you can place, and when you touch it, it like emits like the blue goo, gas.
The blue
Wait.
goo.
Oh god. No, it has like a wisp of like this very like ethereal blue mist.
Right. I remember, yeah.
I need to work on my words. Sometimes I feel like
Reason,
things come out
perhaps?
really wrong.
No, it's the same for me. I completely understand. I am
It's
the
not
same
goo
way.
at all.
Is it the same thing that your gland secretes?
Actually, that's exactly what it is.
I mean,
Do you mean the Kaya gland or the Carl Jung gland?
oh,
Because both.
wait,
Yes.
how many glands do you have?
Oh, I have many.
Ooh.
Oh, the way you said
I
that.
will be honest. I am getting uncomfy and worried
I'm
about
so
the trajectory of this
Let's-
conversation.
I am
What's
so
happening?
sorry. We can talk about
What are you
Hexenzirkel.
calling them?
Yeah, I had a question
calling
actually
them?
related to the Hexenzirkel lore. So
I want to sit in your chair. Let me 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 sit in your chair.
Who do you think is the most likely to
Hi,
get
Mom.
dropped in terms of visual design for the Hexenzirkel? Because we've been getting Alice teasers for the longest time, but I mean, there's also been like crumbs for other ones like Rheindotir, Barbaloth,
Nicole.
I feel like visuals, like I don't believe like the most we would ever get from like Barbaloth would be like special NPC design randomly if it had any relevance to like what they aim to do. I'm leaning more towards either Alice or Nicole, but you know, I can't really think of the other like who would be at the forefront in that. So
Oh, here's one.
Yeah,
Maybe we'll have a new recruit in the form of Rosaline.
I mean, it's
really?
possible.
You
Well,
think?
considering there was the disciple that we or apprentice that we met.
Oh, you mean Scarlet? Yeah.
previously. Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
very possible.
So, like, obviously, people have been coping about Senora coming back for like forever, and I don't think
Yep,
we'll
I'm
get
one.
like Senora 1-for-1 resurrection. But if we kind of run with this whole idea that, you know, the true form of life is memory, and memory is just data, then like if you recover her
Yep.
old data, you could theoretically restore her from a backup. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And I would,
Yes, yes.
I
I've
think
been
it would
saying the
be.
same thing. Yep.
I think it would be very fitting for Hoyo because, like, every time they make a new playable, like, who's been a villain, they've given them a new design for the most part.
Right.
Yep.
If
Yeah,
they didn't
that's
have a vision
true.
on their form. So, like, for example, Arlecchino already had a vision on her form, so she didn't get a redesign. Wanderer did not have a vision on his form, so he got a redesign. Capitano doesn't have a vision on his outfit, so he's probably going to get a redesign if he's playable. Same
Right.
with Senora. You know, like, that's kind of the way I think of it. So I think if they brought her back as
Yes.
Rosaline, I think she would go through like a thing where she would have to embrace her witch side. And
Yeah.
instead of
Yep.
using a delusion to repress it, maybe Alice and the others take her under their wing and, you know, teach her how to manage that. Because, like, again, Nod Cry, Land of the Frost, maybe they have some kind of special frost magic based on the frost moon. I don't know. That would totally suppress the fire in her veins that she put there.
I mean, isn't that literally what is going on in Node Cry? Like, there is some special mutant magic that Dotori is trying to figure out how to use.
Something like that.
The Hexenzirkel being able to use something like that is very on brand. I mean, we already know that Alice and Rheindotir are incredibly powerful. And they don't source their power from visions.
I'm sorry. I just have to think. Rheindotir is so funny. I stand a Missy
Say-
Queen. I really do.
I was gonna say I've been thinking about her a lot recently. I don't know why. I'm just like I miss her.
I've
I
been
miss her
thinking
too.
about her.
I know
because
why
of the
I've been
Primordial
thinking about
Human
her a lot.
project. Like, I think about her all the time because of her Primordial Human project and just the topic of primordial humans. I think of gardens and gods and just she's really been on the mind lately. And again, like, because I'm just thinking about Albedo too. So it's just
Albedo!
right, it's just because, you know,
Also,
I have-
during the interlude, Capitano had that one line about gardens. So
Yeah.
so I know this is going back, but like I was like, yeah, gardens.
Well, the thing about
I love this.
Rheindotir too is like Rheindotir at the very least we know came from Conria, right? So like if we're
Right,
getting more
yeah.
Conria lore, regardless of Hexenzirkel lore, like she is one of the more likely ones to, you know, pop up. Also,
Absolutely.
surface.
Also, I'm looking at this like orb in the dragon stuff, and I'm realizing that this also looks like the fragment of a celestial nail type thing.
Where
Just
are
saying.
you?
Right behind you.
You are? Wait.
Yeah, hi.
Hello?
Look at this orb. It's not the right color because it's stone, but like, yeah, look.
Oh, you mean the red one?
Oh my god, no, the orb inside the statue.
What? There's an. Oh!
Yeah, it has the swirly boys.
Yeah.
Wait, it looks just like it actually, and it's dormant or something.
I mean, it doesn't have the perfect Triskelion pattern, but like, I'm just thinking about that kind of stuff now because if you think about it, if these are related to the fragments of the celestial nail, and this also got the Triskelion symbol on it, then like, what does that mean for the trees and the platform within domains that also have that? I'm just saying.
I just see this orb and I just think of the Tower World Quest in Simulanka. I just think orb and moon.
Yeah, it's a pearl. It's a dragon pearl. The moon is a pearl.
Making a wish, the three goddesses.
When do you
Would
think
you
we'll
like
get
to
more
swing on a
about
star?
Durin? Whenever they decide to send Mini Durin
This
on an
winter.
actual mission.
During the Dainsleif quest.
Do you think the next one? Really?
No, it's just a wishful thinking of mine. I've said it like 4 times already. I just think it would be so freaking funny if Dainsleif had to accompany Skirk and Wanderer and
Mini
like maybe
Durin.
Child, like all
Oh my
these
God.
fragments, like all these children or students of sinners, also like trying to resurrect like the creation of a sinner, and he just hates everything. It's my dream. That's my
I
dream.
mean,
I don't know if
Dainsleif,
they'll
that
do
would be
it,
really funny.
but I want
Next
it.
summer
Dainsleif
event
and
in
Albedo's
Dragon's
collected
Mine.
miscellany, basically, like word for word, says the same thing Venti says about Albedo and the same thing Albedo says about himself. Like about like alchemy. So honestly, Dainsleif being involved in anything having to do with Durin and Albedo is gonna be on brand because Dainsleif's like literally threatened him.
Well, they should bring Dainsleif back for me. And that's my contribution to that statement.
And they should bring Albedo back for me.
Yep. They really I want I feel like
Me.
they won't, but I want Mona and more content. I want to talk about Fate more and Tavat, but never mind.
Mona's so powerful though. They have to. They
Yeah,
have
they're
to wait to
gatekeepers.
figure her out.
She
Too
can
much
d-
time between
she
Mona
can-
appearances.
She can divine Archon constellations, but whatever.
I don't
She'll
remember
get
this being this
nerfed
long.
and stop.
She can only show up in 4 fun events where she doesn't really talk about anything like lore relevant because she's too powerful. Same with Albedo. That's why he's the
Opium.
event king. Even in events, he's like
Question.
breaking the law of everything. Yes.
Oh, so talking about Mini Durin, so I know a lot of events. Like they will reference like lore or knowledge dropped, but has there been another event where they introduced a character and then reintroduced the character like during like a main story quest or-
Unreconciled stars.
Best event.
I didn't
Yeah,
play
I
that.
mean,
I wasn't playing
just-
then. Okay,
I just want to
forgot.
say,
I forgot.
My
Watch it on
boy,
YouTube.
yeah.
Let me quote it to you.
Unreconciled Stars, I will always stand by. Like, I'm so happy I experienced that event. Oh my gosh, so good.
One of
Sorry,
the best events. It's
Thinking,
an
if they
honor
have-
to have played it.
If they brought back Mini Durin, like how would they introduce him and like his backstory?
So actually, this reminds me. So around the time of Shadows Amid Snowstorms, there's like this. Oh, I forget the exact details. There's this like world quest that appears after the event fades because there's this like kid that. Oh, does anyone remember what I'm talking about?
you
Wait,
mean
sorry,
the,
for which
with
one?
Joel?
Yeah, Joel, the guy.
Hmm.
Yeah, they like put a
Mhm.
world quest after the event for those that didn't play the event. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Because, Like
did.
that was like a
That's
permanent
true.
change.
now.
Joel, get on Sky.
I think they would just because like the thing about Mini Durin is he's not supposed to be real, right? Like he's supposed to be like a witch's creation from some sort of little fantasy book. And so I don't feel like that would be too difficult because Wanderer is always off doing his own thing. I mean, he's a student of history. He's always in the library apparently in Sumeru. So like for him to be able to find some sort of fairy tale book and be like, "Look, I got sucked into this weird book and I came out with this thing." Right? They could totally
story.
just add that instead as like optional dialogue instead of like if you didn't play the quest.
Yeah. No,
Okay,
I think they could do
okay,
something
yeah,
like
yeah.
that. Like they have a world quest.
He'd say
That
it like that too. He'd
introduces
just be like,
very-
"Listen,
yeah.
I got stuck in a book for like 3 days, and then this thing followed me out here, and I don't know what to do with it. Help me."
I think they also do like recap in like
This
main
thing
lore.
would die for it.
If there's anything that like references like an event, they'll do like some kind of recap in like the main lore. Like when we get Alice introduced, because Alice is obviously going to play like a main role at some point. The Hexenzirkel has to, right? Like we haven't heard her voice like several summer events in a row for nothing. They'll probably recap like what we learned in some way, even if you didn't play the event. Yeah. I think they have workarounds.
I mean, they do have a recap like feature now for some of the world quests that come up, so like they can just
Oh,
implement that
true.
pretty quickly
Okay.
to just summarize the event. They don't even have to disguise it as like, oh, I was just reading. They can literally just give you a summary of like, this was a previous event that you missed.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they can pull it off, and I think it's you know, I think it'll work okay just because Mini Durin, you know, he's not really real. He's not like a playable character that has like, you know.
Right.
Yeah, he's still technically an NPC.
Yeah. So I think
He's
it's
just a cool
possible.
NPC.
You didn't
Someone in my chat is
save all
discovering the
the
world quest
baby to
goal.
Petlisaurs? Leah, you
They're
heartless
just
thing.
chilling. They're just chilling. Look,
Dude.
they're dancing.
No, they're being held hostage.
So there's the question in Leah's chat where Bard asks, is Dainsleif half abyssal monster like Quenin in Uchkanatlan? So I personally feel like whatever is afflicting Dainsleif has its own, it probably has its own unique corruption thing. It may be like abyssal stuff related, like I would assume so, but I don't really have too much more to expand on there. Like it is completely like taking over his body, but I feel like I would need to really sit on that more. So that's just me.
It does
Come on,
certainly
follow
sound
me.
like he has also
Leah, look,
something
Leah,
maybe
look, Leah, look.
protecting him.
Leah, look.
Maybe it's a certain ring or something.
Leah!
Smile.
I
The
mean,
ring.
Capitano is also like quote unquote
Leah!
ugly underneath the mask, right? Yes, I know. Where are you? What?
Come here.
No,
No, he's not. He's gorgeous. He's literally perfect. Don't be crazy.
literally,
Like a
no
hole.
one in Genshin is quote unquote ugly.
No, but that's like
Look how much happier
Also-
they are now.
he's like a monster
Should-
under his mask or something. Like it was talked about.
No, he rags
He
on his own looks most likely because he is like he calls it rotting, but it's most likely the exact same affliction that Dainsleif has. So he's just kind of
Yeah.
like turning
He's-
like navy/black.
Like literally when he said that, I'm like, you look like if he really had rotting flesh and all of that, that would be really sick. Very Dark Soulsy. I love that. However,
like,
this is Genshin
does it.
Impact, so the very
Yeah.
least, like, should he become playable in the future? Big what if? He's going to look how he did in his cutscene, where he looks like standard Bishonen man with the black and blue. Like he's like,
Yeah, like he's
me.
perfectly. His body's perfectly normal, but it's probably just discolored the same way that Dainsleif's arm is. But
Look at
he
the fish.
calls it rot and he hates it, obviously, because it's a curse.
Like,
So
and
like
to be-
he's ragging on it.
And like, to be fair, I personally do not care. Like, if he becomes playable, all I request is that he keeps the mask on. That's the only thing I care
Well-
about. But I will not get that because he will be.
The mask.
I mean,
stays
he
on.
might. He might.
Please,
keep the
I
mask
knew you
on,
were
like,
going to
that's
say that.
fine.
Please,
You
no.
can keep it on or off.
I'm sorry.
Whatever
You
he
were gonna
wants.
say-
I'm not
Well,
sorry.
Oh,
was
the
funny.
babies. Oh, they're so cute. I love to petless stores. Speaking of the dragons in Natlan, which are your favorites? Because I love the ones in the almost at the Night Kingdom. In the like I have my favorites. I think the Tepetlosaurs are cute, but I think they're called the Iki Ectomosaurs?
Ectomosaurs.
Ectomosaurs,
thank
too.
you.
They're
Yeah.
like little bats. I think I
Mhm.
love them. They're so baby.
They're little bat owls. They're adorable. They're my favorites
Say,
as well. I love exploring as them because they like glide almost. The movement is so smooth and peaceful for me. Like I prefer being them over my characters now.
Do you own a seat lolly?
I was gonna. I really like
Yes.
the ectomosaurs because they remind me of owl.
Aww.
But I think my favorite are probably the Tapetlisaurs, like particularly the babies, just because I'm so attached to my little buddy.
Oh my
Like I love
goodness.
him. He's my son.
To John.
My son. Yeah, my son John.
Also, like the Tapetlosaurus and the Ectosaurus are like tied for me, really. But I named my little one or little guy. I almost named him Littlefoot, but I named him.
Oh, that would have been
Luca,
mean.
and-
That's meaner than Grendel.
But like,
Oh, I'm gonna cry.
Littlefoot will have a family this time. It's fine.
Oh my god.
Where's the
wait,
exit?
what's happening over here?
What is happening?
I looked and see. I don't know what I'm seeing.
Wait, I can't turn into it if you turn into it? Are you serious?
Bye-bye, suckers!
Wow, I have to
Okay.
go over here and get one.
This is not the
Hold on.
exit, by the way. I actually have no idea where I'm going, and I'm stuck in the wall.
No idea how to get where you guys are, so I'm just hanging out with Capitano right now.
Ooh, hold on. I will meet you there. I honestly don't even remember how I got over here. I just kind of let the lore take over, and my body was there.
I was down here before with Ashkai, and then I jumped into the lava to swim with the fish, and then I died and trying to get to the land, and then I tried to come back down here, and then I fell and died again, and now I'm back here, but everyone's leaving.
And now the lore is telling me to be by Capitano and Arlecchino.
Have you considered not jumping in lava, like over and over again?
I didn't jump in lava the second time!
Oh yeah, I see. My bad. From personal experience, don't jump into the lava.
The floor is lava!
Yeah, literally.
It kills you so
Anyway,
fast.
how's
It's so
about
hard to
that
swim under
lore?
it.
Lore, yes. Also, I
The
accidentally
lore is
pinned-
lava.
I accidentally pinned a message in my chat, but I think it's fitting, so I'm just gonna keep it there.
I mean, if you
Um,
consider that phlogiston is related to lava, then the lore literally is lava.
Speaking
also-
of phlogiston, I want to look at the travelers.
I was
Ascension
gonna say,
materials.
also speaking of phlogiston, I mean, we briefly touched on, little buddy quests and what the sage is gonna do. I stand by my original, well, I guess it was the second video I made, that the sage is going to drop a nuclear bomb in the volcano and cover everyone in lava.
But there's no lava in the
You think
volcano.
That's
That
his
is his goal.
But Ruse, there's
I'm
no
a hater of the
there's
sage.
there's no lava in the volcano.
That's true. It's like a pocket dimension with
Yeah.
like cuts in the sky.
But
what are the cuts in the
You
sky
can
about?
see the volcano erupt.
Yeah, but it might
I
just
think
be
it
like
erupts
special effects.
periodically.
It might be like Disney World.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, so in that case, the sage is going to nuke Disney World to cover everyone in lava.
Feds,
I mean,
that
yeah,
is a
like the
just
sage.
kidding star-worthy statement, just for the record, in case you're listening.
I mean, I don't really know what to expect with the volcano. Like,
I'm just kidding,
I
Ruse.
remember
Like,
the
don't
devs talking
take me
about-
seriously.
no, I know, but I really don't know what to expect with the volcano because I know the devs were saying like one of the devs wanted it to explode a lot, and then one of the devs was like, I don't want it to explode much at all, and then they're like, oh, we did both, and like I don't really know if it's going to like actually pose a threat. Like I know the lore says it is, and it's like there's gonna be like this big quest, but it's not actually going to explode, right? There's no way
maybe.
to do that.
I think they were just talking about its periodic eruptions on the surface. I don't think they were talking about like whether or not it will really erupt. But maybe.
Yeah, but that's what I
They
mean.
did say it was becoming more active, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And they go into the volcano to like get answers for it.
Wait, sorry, do we have more questions, or did anyone want to share any thoughts about the few scenes we saw where I guess in the volcano there's the sky, but it has.
That's what I was asking about. Like, what is
That's
with
what
that
we're saying. It's a
domain
pocket
that
domain.
has like cuts in the sky?
Yeah, so
Dragons made the original firmament. What? I said what I said and I mean it.
I feel so. One, I love how many firmaments, like you have in my mind, the original firmament that existed via the time of the dragons, and then the heavenly. Oh my gosh, the typing, and then
sorry.
and
I always
then
forget how loud it is.
the heavenly principles co-opted that firmament. Then there's an abyssal firmament, and I feel like because when we go for what we, to my understanding, going into the volcano, quote unquote, into is its own subsection area that's like a projection ish. So I honestly don't really know what to make of it because I can see things broken in what is inside of this quote unquote volcano, but to what degree is it real or not? So that's where I'm still like speculating and putting together my thoughts. So yeah, apologies for not really saying much there as I
No,
speak
you're
aloud.
good.
Oh,
We
no,
were
I
listening.
mean, you touched on a point, like Ashikai. Like, I didn't mean to like be silent in disagreement. I was
No,
like,
it was
thinking,
good. That was comedic timing. That's what we work. We roll with that.
Well, but I was thinking.
I
Like
ain't
what
offended.
You said like it really sounds like the heavenly principles really co-opted everything. They were
Yeah.
just like,
Basically.
this is my sweater. No, this is my sweater.
This
just
is
that type of thing.
our sweater.
Yeah.
Marxist heavenly principles.
Also, like I don't mean to take away from like the volcano within itself, but the idea that the heavenly principles, assuming they are still in existence, alive, whatever, etc., has been asleep and still remains asleep for so long, and we have not heard a single thing. There's been no updates. Like, obviously, it's going to be a huge thing, but like, it's why my mind keeps going back and forth between to what degree is the heavenly principles even alive or there at this point? Like, what's going on?
So,
And I understand that to some degree, it's like, well, there can always be this. We will carry on this will, just like how there's the will of the abyss sort of thing. But I really have to question what's going on.
So I don't think the heavenly principles is a person.
Right, like it's not. I shouldn't say the primordial one as just a singular entity. But it's still, to me, very curious how, you hear about you don't want to go against the heavenly principles, or eternity is the closest to it, etc. And yet it's not like you mentioned, if it was just a god or this really powerful individual just stepping up and saying, okay, why is Tavat all up running amok at the moment? So I'm just curious.
Curious? Oh, that
Curious.
works better in my head. It didn't work well when I tried to say it out loud, but I tried.
No, it worked perfectly.
Because I really, I have to wonder, I feel like whenever it comes about the heavenly principles, the shades, the moons, their correlation, because I am absolutely of the belief that the original or the artificial moons or the shades and things of that nature, but I'm so curious how fragmentation is occurring or has occurred as Tavat's story currently stands. Because I'm still, like, the moon event just has my brain going a lot because of the new moon and thinking to the Welkin moon. So, sorry. I just rambled a bit, but, like, my mind's all over the place because I'm very excited about new lore.
I'm
I'll
also
try to
very
put
excited
together
about new lore.
I'm excited too because I have a really fun hypothesis that I want to see if it's right.
You have
I'm
to
excited
share
for you.
it, are you?
No, surprise. A surprise.
I will tell you the name of the theory that I wrote.
Okay.
The
Okay.
name of the video that comes out in a couple of days will be Moon Loom Computer Went Boom.
That's
Oh.
very cute.
That's
And
the whole
wow.
thing.
Journal
Yep.
rhyme.
Yes,
Wait, wait. Also,
that's going to be the real name of the video.
Okay, I also say that as if I haven't had some exposure to it already.
That is the name of the script too.
Wow.
No, that's what it's going to be. And I can't wait to see if it's right. This is going to be fun. Or if I'm
think
even
I
close to being
understand.
right. I could be quite far off, but we'll see. I want to see if I have a percentage of rightness.
I'm sure you will.
This will be fun.
I think the themes are all there. We're getting at themes and narratives, TM.
Yeah, if we're lucky, maybe Hoya will actually give us some mechanics. I would love for them to give us mechanical clarity. They hate giving us mechanical clarity.
They really do.
Why is this
really
so
do.
loud? Oh my god. What happened?
I can't help you, by the way. I'm level 4.
Why are you running around as a level 4 Kinich?
Wait, hold on.
Each level 4.
I was gonna say level 4, not like 10, 50, like a 4?
Well, I mean,
level
if-
Are you
if-
raising him organically?
Yeah.
Oh.
I've just been like... I've
Oh
just...
boy.
Oh, okay. Well, that's an approach. I mean,
Organic
technically,
Kinich.
I guess that can work eventually.
Oh
Who
god.
do y'all think the cat spirit in the Night Kingdom is?
A witch!
Has that been revealed?
My
If there's a
little
cat in the Night Kingdom, like that makes the whole thing about Paimon calling Tonatiuh the a ball of yarn even funnier. Just
Or a
saying.
ball of snakes.
Either way. Cats
Either
like
way.
both. Snakes are just nature's yarn. It's nature's living yarn.
Where are we going, by the way?
You think I have a plan? I'm just wandering.
Oh,
Ba-doom.
you just...
Can I say though
Wandering.
that one time my old dog picked up a snake and we had to get it out of her mouth. It was
Oh,
not
God.
it was not a fun time.
No.
Oh no! Did the snake survive?
Well, we learned later that it was like already
Bye,
deceased
Leah.
for a long time, but we
Oh,
didn't know that.
Goodbye.
We did not know that at the
Oh.
time.
Goodbye.
Oh,
So
dear.
we were kind of freaking out, but then it was okay.
Ooh.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Ball of yarn. Also, sorry, dogs also on my mind because I feel like especially with Hexenzirkel, we've had a lot of like, I don't know, we're getting all these like cat things, right? But we don't really have too much on dogs. But in Men of Lithen, I thought it was really interesting that the little gray men are also called beagles or pugs, and it's like,
But
why are they dogs?
You rat. You took my fangs.
I thought they were saying that it was all of them. Wait, did I like misremember it? I thought I was referring to like all of those creatures separately.
Oh, I interpret it as like he was saying like, oh, we call them little gray men or beagles or pugs, you know. So referring. I mean, maybe it's just a reference to like how.
Oh
there's-
no, never mind. I just misread. Yeah. You're right. We've had
Okay.
many names for them throughout the ages. Yeah. My bad.
I don't think I've actually asked anyone directly, or perhaps this has been a question for some time. What are our theories on the past? Like, how do we think the remaining sovereigns, if and when they will reincarnate, and how that will be? Because we already know the fate of the Pyro sovereign. We have the Hydra one. What do we think about the other sovereigns?
I feel like they're gonna throw a lot of information on us in Snezhnaya. Like, it's literally just gonna be like the climax of all climaxes in Snezhnaya, leading into Conria and stuff like that. That's my guess.
I think little guy is going
Or
to tell us
maybe-
more about the Pyro Sovereign for one.
Oh yeah, that's definitely
Yes.
true. That's definitely true.
So like I think okay, so I actually think, and this might, I don't know if you guys can see my little buddy. You see my little fire sprite? I think this is the little
Yes.
baby Pyro Sovereign.
What? No.
Why not? Why not? Think about it for a minute. Like, look at his description.
I'm reading it right now.
It says it's a tiny life form that emerged from a flame within a shell. There is something quite endearing about its over-reliance on the shell it found protecting it at the moment it gained its sentience. Perhaps it feels secure in its closed-up world, just like Tevat. After all, when its eggshell remains completely enclosed, it reigns supreme in its own little universe. It is said that in ancient times, the, quote, primal fire burned with a similar life force. And you know
I see
who
what
had
you're
the
getting
primal
at.
fire was the Pyro Sovereign.
I see what you're getting at. I mean,
I think this is like more or less what Shuiquatl would have looked like as a baby.
that makes sense. Kind of like Nikita being baby
Owie.
Okudavana. What is this?
That's a
I
Wyab.
don't even know where either of you two are.
I'm
We're
just
fighting a
following
Pyro
Ashkai
Wyab.
around.
Why are you
I'm not
following me
fighting
anyway?
anything.
Oh, I got hit.
Local
That was my
legend,
bad.
right?
No. It's just a regular Wyab.
Oh.
Every time I read in my chat someone say like Ubacan and they just like write it as WUK or Wook, I think of Wooklamat from Dawn Trail and it throws me off every single time. And it's not good for me to conflate the two. And I'm like, what?
Man. I've never heard that before. I hate that.
I'm just like,
No, I see
what?
I see Wookman all the time.
I write
I
well.
was like, I don't remember Wooklamat being a primordial.
I wrote a whole script
Yeah.
where I only called him Wuk the entire time.
Oh
my
my
gosh.
god.
Meanwhile, I put respect to his name, so I properly type out every time Washaklahun Ubakan, comma, also known as the Sage of Stolen Flame,
my
comma,
God.
also known as the Father of Ochkan.
Oh my god.
You say all of that? Like his whole
Imagine
government name?
respecting him.
So it's like the same thing with like the almighty Narukomi Ogosho.
It's
Not a
exactly
problem.
like that. It is exactly like that. Thank you, Kiryu.
So that's like DeWitt's thing with the primordial one who came from beyond the... Yeah.
The primordial one, the progenitor god from beyond the. What does he say?
It's something like
Sorry,
that, beyond
I
the
can't
stars.
do a very good Delwit impression, but you guys can imagine it. It should be.
If you've seen one DeWitt video, you've probably seen this one thing. So, yeah. I mean, we don't have to do this. It's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Guys,
No,
don't
but that
let
just
the
means that
robot
I'm
get
friends with
completely
Wook because I gave
scared.
him a nickname, man. Whereas you're like his mom. You call him by his full government name. Wahaklahoo Nubakan, you get over here, young man, and finish your dinner.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, no, yeah. It's the progenitor god from beyond the stars. Inception. Bong.
Oh my
Gosh, what have I
god.
done?
I feel like
I don't know why I'm over here.
In
Like, why are
terms
you
of-
guys following me?
oh, I was just running around after I like TP'd. I'm like, okay, let's go over here.
No, I just
But
mean like you guys lead. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just wandering around in circles. There are teleport waypoints that
want-
Leah hasn't unlocked, and I'm
there's well, Leah takes joy in that, so I apologize. But I was just saying, I do love how so many very important factors of Tevat's like lore and implications are just through water, and that's so beautiful to me. I love how the hydro symbol itself looks like 3 moons. I love how you can learn about the truth of the world through the inverted reflection from the stars on the water surface. I love how we have very prominent characters who are hydro. Like, it's just, I love that. Sorry. Water element, comfy element.
I like wind. And it spreads information everywhere and gossips.
Oh, so Leah's the gossip of the group. I got
And
it.
he
Okay.
just wants tea.
What?
Mm.
No! I'm the bard. I'm the bard.
That spreads gossip.
I don't. Okay.
That's what you get at the bar.
Listen.
Gossip.
You tell stories about legends.
That's what gossip is.
Yeah.
It's just
it
old
is.
gossip. Legends is just old gossip. Prove me wrong.
Wait,
Try.
literally,
Try.
That's what bards do. They spread gossip, just lyrically with music.
Just with
right?
just to music. It's gossip to music.
There's a question in Leah's chat that says, any theories on projects? I think it's pronounced
Stuja.
Stuja.
I was
Stuja.
about to bring that one up too.
Yeah. My opinion of it hasn't changed. So I'll let you guys go. Or not.
I don't actually have any theories. I'm just still stuck on the inescapable night from the Chasm Quest with Katarina.
Nights are cold.
So I think it has some. I think it definitely has something to do with that. Like there's going to be some sort of threat that everyone has to unite against, and what that actually entails. I forget what Arlecchino said specifically, but just details, whatever. That's my take. Thank you.
So
I don't really have an opinion.
I'm gonna fall off a cliff again. My opinion has always been that Project Stuja is just relating to Ragnarok, because Ragnarok is preceded by Fimbulvetter, which is basically a forever winter, and that's also preceded by like a forever night, because it's cold. Oh, he ran away. Okay.
Tick night, where it's like they have 24 hours of
Yeah.
darkness. Yeah. Okay.
It's like causes a major
that.
famine, and like the wolves swallow the sun and the moon. Everyone goes to
Like
war.
that thing you said.
Huh?
Katarina said.
What?
Someone.
Oh, it's like what Ruse was saying earlier about Katarina's little.
Yeah, that's why I was saying that.
Inescapable
That's why I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
Project Stuja is likely a reference to Ragnarok because of Fimbulvetter.
Someone in my chat is saying, for a lore stream, the lore part wasn't that planned ahead. It's like me and my friends doing group work. I just want to say that I had like an entire page of questions planned ahead. I've asked them
Owie.
all, and we've just like gone through them. Like we just like barreled through all the discussion
Again,
points.
we didn't have any lore bombs like that we had like, in Act 3 or.
I don't know why that one
4
hit
or
so hard.
5,
That was mean.
It's been pretty quiet.
Which is why
we've just had confirmation or like tying things together, so it's like, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, and I think one of the things too is we'll always return to general lore points because it all comes back to like certain themes, characters, motifs, etc. But in the quote-unquote quiet patches where they do just give us lore, we tend to just review what we have and speculate moving forward, because as I think many people here would agree, next patch is probably going to be very, very dense in terms of lore, and there will be a lot to talk about, or just further elaboration on what we have been given. So, yeah, I'm just comfy personally being able to talk to everyone about lore. Let me try to get questions where we can. So yeah.
Yeah, and also I don't believe that like, I don't know, I feel like lore enjoyers come in all shapes and sizes, and you don't have to be totally caught up on every little drop of detail to enjoy a game's lore, story,
What?
anything like
No,
that.
that's a lie.
Which is why
Don't lie to me.
we are very inclusive in the Lorekeepers group. Like, if it's fun to talk about it, it's fun to talk about it. As long as like, I don't know, you are mindful of if like there's gonna be spoilers in like a discussion. Like if you're okay with spoilers, it's one thing, but yeah.
I also think that
my God.
if you're in
I
a,
think it is also. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ash.
you can go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to echo the sentiment where, like, sometimes it's nice just to recap some things and maybe point out things that people might have missed. And, I get caught up on things. Thanks, everyone. So that's all I had to say. Nothing.
I was just going to point out that sometimes when you're in a larger group, it is harder to have deeper discussions, I think, because you have to be careful about monopolizing, because you want to be as inclusive and hear everyone's opinions as possible. So sometimes it's a little hard to go into the depth that I think you get from smaller groups, but I also think you get a wider variety of opinions. So like you're going broad instead of deep.
Yeah, I completely agree with that as well.
I mean, it's just a different kind of setup. Also, there's no way to plan for everything because like the more people you add, the more chaos you're adding. Like the more options you're adding for us to go on tangents because there's different things that's going to grab every single one of our attentions. You know, we're all attracted to different types of shiny objects.
Yeah, but that's what makes it fun to watch. Like you have different personalities like hanging out and talking about like what they're passionate about, but it all, connects back to Genshin's story and lore. So I think the thing is like we've already said it like a million times, but like we really have just like touched on everything that has been released recently. It's probably part of the reason why like people have been too busy like lately for multiple reasons, but like part of the reason why we haven't really had Lorekeepers discussions is because it's like other than Men of Lithen, there's nothing like new, and even Men of Lithen is not like revolutionary because I feel like Vera's Melancholy was a book released around launch, and it is written in a very similar vein. It's like this made-up story written by someone that has information they shouldn't have in like the normal Genshin setting. It's like this has already kind of been done before as like a way to provide information, and that's not to say that Men of Lithen's like bad or boring or anything. It's just in terms of like things to talk about and get excited about, I really feel like it's just like the mood of it. Everything else is just like a matter of like personal preference. Like if you're really, 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 really into Inazuma, like honestly, I love Inazuma. I really enjoyed the event and Yumi Mizuki's stuff. But
hey, Danuki are like so cute. So I love seeing them.
Very quickly, Masura has a question and asked, also, who do you think is going to be the person who will question one of the Moon Sisters, like what happened in Simulanka, where one of the Lego men questioned one of the 3 goddesses of Simulanka?
Hold on, I have to read that question. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. I've seen it a few times. Do you want to give your
opinion, Kiryu?
I have a kind of crack theory about that, which I have kind of like started thinking about, but this goes back to Men of Lithen and how in Men of Lithen, so like I said, it's written in a second person narrative, but he breaks briefly to be like, oh, I discovered the Fog of Reason. But in the story, you are a detective, and wouldn't you know it, in Simulanka, narration footnotes, you have a narrator who ends up being the detective, and when they have the reveal about like the 3 stories just being drafts and they're all equally real, he was so disappointed that everyone was like, oh, okay, and he was like, oh, people aren't questioning this? Like, what is my purpose? Like, I was one of the first creations, none of this is real. So he's questioning that, and then he finally gets an answer from Anders' daughter, or like the memory of Anders' daughter. So hold on, I rambled a lot and I lost the plot. No, I lost the plot. Oh shit. Sorry,
so
guys.
It's gonna be
okay,
Hazel.
it's okay.
All right, let's go.
It's Hazel. It's Hazel.
Yeah, it's Hazel. It's Hazel.
No,
I think
always Hazel.
I feel like they're getting at something with like this detective, or not explicitly a detective, but someone who is searching for the truth. Someone who was early to realize like, oh, things are not what they seem, and he's searching for answers type thing. I don't know who that will be. It could be a new person, but anyway, I don't know if that answered your question. I'm so sorry. It's so late. It's already 9:20.
It's already, yeah. It's one of those things where I cannot definitively say at the moment who I think it would be, because on that same topic, the detective was the culprit, and so that also adds another layer to that, where I'm like, who would fit that? So I genuinely I don't have a definitive answer right now.
I don't have anything to.
Yarrow.
I don't have anything to add that wasn't already said. I think.
I think if you wait long enough, Quinnen will win this fight. I wonder how long I'd
Wait,
have to wait.
What fight?
a-
What are you doing? Wait, what's going on?
It's a hidden world quest. Oh, I say hidden, but not really. It's just a world quest in natlan.
Guys, it's obviously Kaya. Sorry. I forgot like the obvious answer. It's obviously Kaya.
What are
If
you
there's any
doing?
other questions or like we don't even have to talk about lore, like anything chat wants to bring up, because I think.
If you want questions, I've been
already
ignoring my
said
chat.
Okay, start bringing them up. Let's go.
All right, chat, hit me with your questions. Oh,
Uh-oh.
wait, hold on. They got me in combat now. What happened? Why am I in combat? Oh, Jesus.
Wait,
Okay.
why are
I'm
you
getting
in
shot
combat?
at by
What's
the.
going on?
You did this, Leah.
What?
You triggered the.
Wait, what
I
did
was
do?
totally safe.
I just came down here.
I hope you
What
get shot with the
happened?
slingshot. That was so mean. So unnecessary.
Wait, I just wanted to join you. I wanted to see who was fighting. What happened? I'm here.
Well, are you not watching the
What?
fights? Right down there.
Oh my gosh, wait. Casting opportunity. What is he doing?
Okay, I've got a question. Do you guys see any resemblance between the inside of the volcano and Simulanka's abandoned mines?
Ooh.
Do my supers. I did do my supers. I've been doing them in chat this time instead of verbally. I've been replying
I
to
mean,
them
they're
individually.
floating islands. Is like a very basic observation. Are there dragon footprints?
I mean, the thing is, like, whatever is inside the volcano is like some, like, pocket dimension that has slashes in the sky, very similar to the one Mavuika accidentally made, revealing the moon fragments. I don't really know. I don't think we'll know until we go in there if there's any connections to Simulanka. But considering how Simulanka has basically been, like, one-to-one foreshadowing, like very, 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 very on the nose, like basically telling us exactly what's going to happen in a lot of cases. I would not be surprised in the least if there's ways to link what's going to be dropped back with Simulanka, because that was kind of their intention with making Simulanka, I think. I'm more curious why
Sounds
there's a pocket
reasonable.
dimension with like holes in the sky, like similar to what happens in 5.1.
And like a bunch of other domains that we've seen that have cracked skies.
We've seen a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I personally, I don't think I really have a. I would really need to analyze that again. And unfortunately, off the top of my head, outside of just the floating island aspect, I would really need to review that again. So I'm sorry, I can't really provide more insight. Do we know for
No.
sure if it's a pocket dimension or could it be like a teleport? I don't believe anyone knows really what it is. Like we just saw the traveler go in and then poof, like new area. So obviously I think we'll get more information.
It wasn't
but-
actually. You ended up in a
Because isn't there a quest that's like beware of the falseness within the volcano to some degree?
So when you go into the volcano, it's in two different shots, so it's a little hard to tell if you're not looking for it. But like the first shot is you going into the clouds of the volcano, but the next couple of shots are you in a very, very, very dark cave, and then there's like a blue Enkanomiya style force field gate, and you have to fill up this platform with phlogiston, and that will make the doorway go away, and then that whole inner world lights up. And you can enter it.
Okay then.
So it's like locked up the same way Enkanomiya was.
I see.
I mean, I'm almost certain it's gonna be like a pocket dimension, just considering like we literally have like stairs you can walk down into like freaking hell. Like I don't know, there's been a lot of little pocket dimension things tied with this quest line already. So
True. That's true.
Oh, I have a question. When do you think we'll get the next hints for the moon event? Could it follow the moon phases, not necessarily to the day? So my immediate thought would be that yes, that they would do it in kind of conjunction with the moon phases, but I mean, they had the live stream the same day that there was a blood moon and there wasn't an update for it, so I couldn't really be certain, but I especially think that during version 5.5, whether I'm not going to be so bold to say like maybe release day, but there will be, like, I think it would just be poetic to do it on like moon day, like different moon phase changes, if that makes sense. I feel like I'm not, but that's the only time I could really see them doing that.
I feel like I can't really theorize on it anymore because I thought they would drop something, like I said this earlier, but I thought they would drop something like on the date of the blood moon just because of how on the nose it was, like for marketing purposes. They're already setting all this up and whatever, and then they didn't do anything, and it was even the date of the live stream, so now I have no idea what their plan is.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the blood moon like isn't global, and maybe they're just keeping to the phases more rather than like events that don't happen that often.
Yeah, that could
I
be
was
true.
thinking of that too, because even during
bored
the
of this
lunar
fight.
eclipse, that was like a North American thing, and they didn't
Yeah.
do anything special for that. It did just happen to coincide with Arlecchino's general release, but yeah.
Yeah. Like they're probably just, I don't know, probably sticking to more like set and global things rather than like, I guess, events
don't
that
think I can
are
start
only
these.
visible from certain areas.
I can see that. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Mm.
Ashikai, did you have more questions from your chat? Or...
I have a billion questions. You just need to kind of like narrow down the topic.
Yeah.
There was one earlier. But to keep it more like on topic for what we're talking about, since we keep bringing up Simulanka, someone has asked if we have any thoughts on Durin being a toy, like the other toy humans, but not a paper animal like the other animals of Simulanka. And then are humans of Tevat secretly dragons? Because they were made out of the same sort of solid clockworky material instead of origami.
Men of Lithen. Everything comes back to Men of Lithen right now.
It kind of does.
Yes, I agree.
I mean, I don't know. When I study lore, I don't really look into it that much. Well, that's not true. I don't know how to word what I'm trying to say. I like to look at a lot of like narrative symbolism in the story rather
Themes
than
and narratives,
focusing on
TM.
like like really like the really tiny things always add up, but I think you can easily also get lost in the sauce on some things. and I'm very guilty of that with some aspects of the lore, but in general, like I have learned to look at the bigger picture, if that makes sense a little more.
So in
it's been a
terms
while since I
of dragons
really-
and humans in Simulanka being made out of the same type of
No.
materials, what you thinking? That's thematic.
Yeah, no, I was thinking more along the lines of like classifying like durian as like material. I don't know. Never mind.
No thoughts.
Say one thing that I personally got from Men of Lithen, and I think it's been a huge theme of Genshin in general, is what it means to be human. Because in Men of Lithen, like everyone that they talk about, like no one actually sounds human as we know it, right? So, I in terms of like, you know, people being made out of the same star stuff, you know, yeah, I think that they're probably getting at something like that. You know, as even like thinking about like, you know, Albedo and Wanderer, like, you know, they're not really human, but they are. So
I don't know. Albedo has a whole thing about like only like doctors can only treat patients because like they are their patient, and he feels like he's very, very different from humans because of
That's a weird statement. Why do
his
vets
creation.
exist then?
That was what he said about himself.
When was that?
Say, whenever I like think about this topic of like, oh, what you know, imagine Genshin having themes of like what it means to be human. I remember like this interaction I had with Ashikai like 2 years ago where I said that, like, imagine these themes, and Ashikai just said, imagine dragons. And I was so mad. I'm still mad about it,
Perfect
actually.
response.
I mean, if you want to go full Honkai, you can be like, hey, everything's made out of imaginary energy and everything's made out of dragons, and therefore you have literally imaginary dragons!
I mean, everything being imaginary to that is just facts.
Everything just comes back to Danghang. Alright, got it.
Done
Fucking
hug.
welt.
Wow.
But I think about Welt a lot, so...
I know nothing about Honkai, but I like me some Welt. So I will pay attention.
Oh, I have nothing to say about Welt. He's just a really good guy.
Yeah, he's just
He's a really nice guy, that's all.
Yeah.
Where's the entrance to the
He's
stairs
just a nerd.
again?
I don't know.
I keep trying to find it, and I don't remember where it is.
I think I'm actually like
Is there-
triggering a world quest for Leah that I probably shouldn't. I'm gonna run away before it actually finish
You know
it.
what I'm talking about, right? Where's the stairs to go down from the little buddy's world quest?
Oh,
From which one?
I forget which one it was. I think it was like the one with like the giant statues of Simulanka.
oh
But it was
yeah,
like,
yeah. So I just teleported there. If you want to go to player 4,
Oh, it's all the way over
is this the one
here.
I think this is the one you.
Yeah,
mean.
yeah, yeah, here. Yes, 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 yes. Yes,
Oh.
yes, yes.
And then you just drop down.
I have another question. From Leah's chat. I have a question about the Abyss. What is up with the fact that we have Abyss mages and hilichurls who were once humans in it? Could they just be... Excuse me. Could they have just been being controlled, but I feel like there's more to it?
Controlled
So
as
I
in
suppose...
what?
So I will wait for them to like elaborate, but I'm going to assume they mean like if the Abyss like as an entity is possibly controlling them, or if it's
No.
like I'm not really sure.
So, I mean, the lore behind, like, Abyss Mages and Hilichurls and stuff, like, once being human, like, their souls were just gradually pulled from their body in, like, little pieces of fragments until it was entirely gone. And, like, they basically are just, like their body deformed into, like, monsters, essentially. And they have little to no connection to their original soul left, which is why Dainsleif is like, just like kill them, like just put them out of their misery, they're not worth saving. And that's like honestly one of the points of like the Chasm Archon quest, like showing the difference in perspective between Dainsleif and the Abyss Twin, because the Abyss Twin's like, no, we have to save them, but it's like how, because Dainsleif is very jaded about it. So I mean, I don't know if it's so much that they're being controlled, it's just more like they have a lack of control. Like, if you go back to Albedo's character quest, we first meet him when he's studying hilichurls, like looking for any signs of intelligence, and I have to wonder what he knows that other people in Tidat don't about hilichurls.
Well, Ella
But,
Musk
yeah.
does the same thing, though, right? Because, like, she's being like, we can decipher their language. And if they have language, aren't they intelligent? But I think this is, like, you know, something that came up and was dealt with a lot in the Nortzenkreuz quest line. Because we were talking about... We were
Let's
talking
go,
about, like, the
next
fragments of the self, right? Like, so there's different parts of you that make you you. If you lose one part of yourself, are you still you or are you somebody else? And then, like, at what point do you stop being you? There's all, like, those kinds of things. And I think that's primarily, like, what you get when you're looking at the Hilichurls versus the Abyss Heralds and stuff like that. I think that's a lot of it. Because, like, if you take, let's say, the soul out of a Hilichurl, well, I mean, they may still have, like, muscle memory from their time as being a human. They may still have reaction time. They may still have, like, linguistic tendencies. Like, their brain still works. It's just that their memories of being humans, all of the stuff that they learned is gone.
Yep.
So I think that's a little bit more the difference. I wouldn't necessarily say the Abyss is controlling them, but Abyss mages do use abyssal energy to manipulate hilichurls. So, like, that's a thing. But, like, the Abyss itself isn't controlling them.
Yeah. I also think it's interesting because there's an Abyss mage. I don't know, there are some definitely intelligent, like, Abyss creatures that can speak. Like, more than just, like, hilichurl language, you know?
I mean, I guess they've lost their like previous self, but have developed into something else afterwards.
So also, another thing to consider, though. So in the Girdle of Sands with the Apausha quest with our girl Sorush and
what?
No. So you find these notes written by Klingzer. So when you encounter Klingzer, he's like full on Abyss Herald. But he was originally a guide for the academia investigating the Schwanenritter facility. But you can see his progression where he's like he clearly knows some things, but then he's like fully getting indoctrinated by the gospel and like the truth. So you see his like well, maybe not de-evolution, but you can see like the progression of his thoughts where he's like questioning things and then he's fully submitting like to the truth of the Abyss.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense. Do you guys remember this?
Yeah, that was a fun one.
That's probably my favorite quest. So I remember it very well.
I also think of like Glusoithoth, for example, being a anagram of Yog-Sothoth, because Yog-Sothoth was the, Lovecraftian entity that like controls the Seekers of the Universe and is the gateway and the gate to all of the forbidden knowledge you could ever want. So I think it's interesting that they're like equating that kind of creature with abyssal knowledge, because like, have you guys ever met a physicist? Like a real one?
Yes.
Yes.
Like all of them have that.
Sorry.
There's like there's a certain level of like there's almost like a certain level of controlled manic energy that they'll get like the deeper you go down into physics. Because when you start understanding the universe at like this particulate level, things get so weird.
Yeah, I'm a chemist that
and it really screws with your perception of like the macro versus micro scale of life and what it means to be alive. Yeah. And like, is any of this worth, you know what I mean? Like it's all of that kind of stuff. I kind of feel like the Abyss and Klingzer in that quest is sort of like a good example of that. And like the more that you learn the truth of how the world actually functions, the more it kind of like drives you insane.
And that makes sense to me, because I do think they do have more, like, they know more truth, I guess, or they know some truths, which...
There's a level of ignorance that you have to have in order to proceed. Okay, I'll give you a really good example, because this happened to me. This is a personal story. When I was in 7th grade, I was taking biology, and they showed us a video about water and all the stuff that's in water. And they were doing like this close-up microscopic shots of like all the little microbes and the little, tardigrade, like all the stuff. Tardigrades, like all of them, right? And it freaked me right the fuck out. And I had the hardest time drinking water for like 2 weeks after that, because I was looking at that water being like, there's shit in here that I can't see. I know there's shit in here I can't see. And it was like that kind of a thing, right? But there becomes a moment where you just have to be like, you have to step into your own ignorance and be like, there's stuff in here. I don't care. I don't see it. I pretend I do not see. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And then you drink the water.
Yes.
The way I was drinking water the entire time you were saying that.
or like,
I mean, it's not in filtered like water, but you know what I mean.
You learn how like there are like mites living in your eyelashes, like no matter how much
things
you
like
shower.
that. Or like the little
Yeah, but
bacteria
yeah,
that
you
live in the
would,
pores of your
because, like,
skin.
they're there for a reason. Like
Yeah.
they're not bad. They're just hanging out. They're chilling.
Or that your body's
They're
like
having
more
a
than
great
half
time.
live bacteria that's not you.
Well, you know how like in Genshin
All that kind of
lore,
stuff.
like a pep had like an entire like world basically inside of her. That's just like how humans are normally.
Also, shout out.
There's
shout
stuff
out
in
a
the air
pet,
you can't
a
see elsewhere.
real
Yeah, I
one.
know. Seventh grade me was like had that moment of epiphany where they're just like, oh my god, the microscopic world is terrifying. And then I got over it within a couple of weeks and I've been fine ever since. So like, you're not gonna freak me out by saying there's microbes in the air. Let's listen. Fungi are my thing. Give me the yeast. Put them in my lungs. They are
On the
welcome
topic-
here.
On the topic of a pep, I just want to say very quickly, shout out her. She was a real one. I love her. She's so valid in her hatred, and I want to see more of her. We probably won't, but I love her dearly. I love
Yo,
a pep.
shout out to a pep. Boo, 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 boo.
I love a pep. I really do love a pep. A pep was some of my favorites, Mirror.
I love a pep.
The way that she was like, "Oh, Nahida, when you D-word, I will laugh. I can't wait. You and all of your archons."
I have to bring this
waiting.
up every time a pep is mentioned, but like the way that she literally ate Deshret like an afternoon snack and then got a stomach ache was just like, it's peak Genshin lore for me, honestly.
Yep, and then Nahida was like, "We have to purify you," and Pep's like, "No, I will
No.
take all of you with me. I hate you all. I will gladly
To be fair,
destroy this world."
When I have a stomach bug, I am exactly the same way. Don't touch me. I will eat
relatable,
you
right?
and then vomit you back up.
But yeah,
I like
It
looking
is
at the bottom of the
getting-
world.
It is getting a bit late, by the way. I know we wanted to stop around 10ish and at 9:45.
yeah.
So, and we definitely have discussed like everything that we came prepared to discuss today. Just been kind of hanging out in the meantime. I'm not sure if we want to wrap things up soon.
That's fine with me. I'm going to stick around a little bit to answer any lingering questions that chat might have had that I skipped over because I've been ignoring them for a long time, including some supers that I do want to circle back to a little bit.
I personally do have to go soon because I do have to get up at like 5 a.m. I have things to do. I have like work and some other things to do too.
Oh, that's right. It's
Yeah.
Monday. Right,
Yeah,
right,
it's
right.
Monday.
Unfortunately.
Me with my
Yeah, I was
contractor
just minding
schedule.
the time. Minding the time. So,
Ah,
I
shit,
guess
sorry.
on that note, no, you're good. On that note, we could probably say goodbye to everyone and break off from our streams and keep doing whatever we want to do. I don't know if we want to reintroduce ourselves one last time.
Yeah, by the way, I'm going to put links to everyone who has a YouTube channel or a Twitch chat. I'm going to put them in the description box. I probably should have done that ahead of time, but I didn't. So I'll do that when this stream ends and I open all of my tools and stuff. So that will be there for the VOD.
Flash guy. Bruce, do you want to go first and say bye?
Hi, I'm Roosevelt. I'm the Kaya Pirate Fox. I make Genshin lore YouTube videos, and also I recently learned that Kid Bops is still around.
Yeah, they
What?
are.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they are.
Oh my god.
I learned that today, and I needed to share that with you guys because
They
if I
will
have to
never-
suffer, you have to suffer. Okay?
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you.
Stream Kids Bobs.
You know, I'm the one who's known for curse knowledge, but you win today. I'll give you that one.
Okay. Well, no, guys, I'm so sorry. Like today, I heard the Kid Bops cover of Chapel Roan's "Good Luck,
What?
Babe."
No.
It is. All the lyrics are 100% different. It's really
Kids Bob
really
also?
bad.
Kids Bob covered WAP.
They did?
Yes, they
I'm
did.
crying. How did I not know that? That's cursed knowledge.
So before we get a bit too tangential,
Yeah,
before
sorry.
we end stream, hello again. I'm Kiryu. I do make Genshin lore shorts, but more recently, I will be making long form content on YouTube. And I tend to scream about the same few things over and over again. So this is really, really fun. I enjoy having a casual conversation, but also a lore discussion. And it was such a pleasure talking alongside everyone. And thank you, especially Ashkai, for being here. It was really fun
Yeah.
being able to talk to you about stuff.
Don't think me. I'm a curse.
I
You'll
would
see.
not say that.
You'll
if
see.
anyone's cursed here,
You'll see.
It's me.
It's literally me. No, Leah, you cannot. I look forward to lore, but every single character I like who is lore intensive always dies. You know this. I am the cursed one.
Wow. Okay. I
Alec,
see
do
how
you
it
want to
is.
say something?
Oh yeah, sure. Anyway, hello everyone. Again, I'm Owl. I stream on occasion. I don't really have a YouTube channel, even though I might soon, just to upload all of the VODs that are on my Twitch and are gonna get deleted because they're highlights. Thanks, Twitch. But yeah, join me for some infrequent streams where I do shoddy voice acting of the unvoiced quests and characters in this game, if that's what you're looking for. That's my thing now. I'll read the quests to you so you don't have to do it yourself.
I'll
do the
join
same
and I
thing
can
with
do my
World
first
Quest.
Gilbert Gottfried Paimon voice
Yeah,
again.
Oh my god.
Ruse is on sometimes as Paimon. Honestly, should be the official Paimon. Actually,
It's-
incredible peak work.
It's Gilbert Gottfried meets Paimon. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Can you give us a little taste?
No, not in front of all these people. No, I'm not going to hurt people like this. Okay.
Smoker
Oh
Paimon.
I think this would be funnier if I knew who you were talking about, but
Oh, Iago from Aladdin. is his
Oh,
voice actor.
okay, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
If
so-
you guys want a sample, I guess you're just gonna have to go to Owlet's stream.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's the only way.
That's the only way.
That is the only way. All right. On that note, hello again. My name is Leah, also known as WindflowerLia. I do everything, and I also don't do anything on time, and I also do everything very chaotically. And my community reflects that. They're a bunch of masked fools from HSR.
Aw.
I've been a lore creator for a couple years, and so I feel like my time, like writing scripts and making threads, is I don't want to say it's in the past because I've been making videos lately every so often, but there's just like a lot that I've already talked about that is like they're finally touching on it. It's like, oh yeah, this, and then it's like, oh, I used to know all about this, and then I haven't studied it in such a long time because it hasn't been freaking relevant, and so I feel like I have to relearn so many different things. So I appreciate these conversations because I get to remember what happened. I literally built my Twitter like 40,000 followers posting lore content, and like, oh my god, like I have like amnesia. Anyway, I'm also a singer and I'm also a streamer, and yeah, and I'm very happy to be here with my friends all the time.
Always.
And
It's really
then-
fun.
Yeah, it's really fun. And I guess we'll be passing the floor to Ashkai, who will be continuing her stream. She's over on YouTube though, so if you're watching on Twitch, you should go check her out on YouTube. Though I'm sure out of all of us, you're already probably following her.
Oh, maybe. Who knows? It doesn't matter.
If you don't know who Ashkai is, go follow her.
Minutes.
Yes, please check out everyone on their socials. Fantastic, very comfy people.
My socials is not plural. It's just a social. But you're welcome to check it out anyway. Welcome. But yeah, I'm obviously I'm Ashkai. If you're here on YouTube, you know who I am. Because why else would you be here? That would be very strange. But I am going to stick around for a little bit. Because there were some supers I wasn't able to get to, and I did not mention at the beginning of the stream that I wasn't really going to be answering a whole lot of questions from chat, so I felt kind of bad. So I feel like I should kind of make up a little bit of that. Also, because it's going to be a while before we do our next stream, because obviously I've got one video to put out before maintenance, and then Natlan 2, Tulin Boogaloo, is going to be probably pretty dense. So I'll probably be pretty busy among other things. Because I still have like 2 other videos to make, one for Zenless and then one for Star Rail too. So like, I'm tired.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Hey, being tired.
But this was a very productive and fun stream. So thank
I
you all
had
again.
so much fun. I love all of you. I think everyone here is so big brained.
It's always fun.
I
Like,
literally
we've been
am not
having-
big brained. I talked about wanting to sit on Capitano for like 10 hours.
We've been having these like pretty much almost every patch for the past couple of years. Like when I say this is not our first rodeo, I mean it. Even if it might seem that way this stream, I feel like I've forgotten so much, especially about Simulanka. Like it has been a hot minute since Simulanka.
Long.
Even though,
I go through
Even though I
Simulanka like
know-
every other day. It's
Always-
really bad.
I always have to go back and reread quests and
Yeah, me
refresh
too.
myself. Literally all the time. I'm in a samsara of just rereading lore.
yeah. Well, the thing is, the more lore that we get, it's like the more you have to go back and reread. It's like you cannot be prepared for absolutely everything.
See, I
like-
disagree with that because like a lot of the new lore that we're getting is not new lore technically. It's just lore confirmations. And for me, I'm just like, oh shit, this is
That's true.
awesome. We had like this theory forever ago. I no longer have to go look up 10 different things to prove this point, to make this other point. I can just point to this one thing
That's
now.
true.
Like, I don't have to go on this
That
whole
is true.
tangent for 5 minutes explaining why I think Sealies are angels because guess what?
We have
They're
explicit
angels.
confirmation. Yeah.
You
No,
know what I
that
mean?
is also true. That is also true. Yeah.
So I feel like I actually have to read them less now, which is nice. Yeah.
I
Well,
just
I
like
have
to
to
read
That's all.
things in the past. But yeah, I think it's about time to sign off for me at least. So you guys should go head on over to Ashkai's YouTube. I think I'm gonna
Yeah,
end
hang
my
with me
stream
for a little
here.
bit. I'll be around for probably like another hour and then call it a night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks so much for watching, guys. We'll see you next Lorekeepers discussion. Not sure when the next one's going to be, but I'm sure we'll probably want to get together and discuss for
Hopefully next patch.
yeah, next patch, right? We'll try.
There isn't a hopefully. There absolutely will be. Version
There has to be.
5.5 is going to be too spicy to not talk about,
I
but
didn't
we'll
get to
cross
hate
that
on the
bridge.
sage enough today, so it's got to be done next time.
New pet week this Saturday. Let's go. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Also, if you guys
Eventually.
ever have any feedback, please drop it in my Discord server because this is my first time. Well, not my first time. First time in a long while hosting the Lorekeepers discussion. So,
You were
any
literally
feedback
perfect.
for how it goes, I would love to hear it. Thank you.
You were flawless. There's no feedback.
Yeah, Leah, you're so
No.
good at this. You're a natural.
Anyone post anything? On God.
Don't sweat
No, I want the feedback. I want to
details.
improve. Listen.
Wait, and maybe next time. Hold on,
You'll
guys.
get
Maybe next time we can have the 5 of us. Maybe we can get Murder of Birds, Bran, Dainsleif. Maybe we can have like crowd of 20.
And do what?
Do it.
Yeah.
Do you
Wait,
just
what are we
want
doing?
chaos? Is
Yell
that
and
is that
cry?
what your
I don't
goal
know.
is? That sounds like a lot of people.
That sounds like a lot of people, and
I feel like
we'll
we would
definitely
actually
need
have to have
talk
a
about
moderator.
structuring That.
If we
Yeah,
did that,
we
we would need a
absolutely would.
moderator for sure. For sure.
I would-
We
I
can trust
I would step
ourselves.
up the moderator. I don't need to answer questions. I'll facilitate.
Get the
You guys
win.
just have to listen to me, but I'll be moderator.
But on that note, I think I am going to sign off here. And I want to
Mm-hmm.
thank everyone again because I have to get up early. But it was really fun. And I look forward to future lore streams and discussions. Take care, guys. and have a good night.
everyone.
Goodbye. Thank you for inviting me. This was fun. But
Thanks,
chat, not
Lorekeepers.
goodbye to you. You stay here. You stay put.
Bye.
Stay.
I'm just moving over.
Bye.
I'm realizing I
end
actually
my
have to change windows for a
stream.
second. Hold on. Farewell, friends. Not chat. Chat, you stay here.
Goodbye.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Hi. Ah, that was fun, wasn't it? Now, like I said, I'm sticking around for a little bit. You guys don't have to go anywhere. I know this has been a long time. You guys can watch the VOD later if you want to. That's totally fine too. Don't worry about it. But I I saw that, you know, we've had some supers come in, and I saw some questions, and I feel like I really wasn't able to talk about them. Like, I feel like would have been good. So, I'ma do that. As soon as I land. There we go. Superhero land. Look at me. I'm Wonder Man. I recently watched this Monstrum video, which was about Hat Man, which is like a sleep paralysis demon that people see. It's like this tall, lanky, shadowed guy with like a wide-brimmed hat. And ever since then, that's all I think about with Wanderer now. I just think, Hat Guy? Is he named that because of Hat Man? They both have wide-brimmed hat. Is he a sleep paralysis demon? That's hysterical. Anyway. Oh, it's funny. That's funny. I'm huge? Wait, why am I huge? Oh! Oh, that's funny. Okay, yeah, sorry. The fungi, or the fugi, I call it fungi because I like fungi, obviously. The fugi tech I was using to make everybody show up, it was really big because there was everybody, and now it's just me. So, yeah, that was funny. Okay, I'm not big anymore. I'm not big. My head's not that big. It's big. It's not that big. You know, you guys could have just, like, not said anything, and I would not have noticed until the end of the stream when I went to look back at OBS. I just want to let you know that you guys do have that level of power insofar as, like, screwing with me. It's funny. Okay. All right, I'm going to go back and take a look at some of the supers and answer those. And then if there are any other questions in chat, I'll also take those, but after we kind of go through some of these. So I did want to thank you all. You didn't have to send supers or do any gifteds or anything like that. But I appreciate that you guys like to support the stream and support our little fun hangout times and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, thank you. Our first question came from Sora, who asked, you know that in the Tsurumi Moon mural, some of the three Moon Sisters' names were revealed. They were called Trivia and Luna, but I suspect the last one is named Diana. I'm not sure those are technically the names of the moons, if only because, like, that would give us a lot of moon names. Like, a lot of moon names. Because we've got Aria, Sonnet, and Canon, and now we've got the Iridescent, Eternal, and Frost. And so then they'd have additional ones. Because, like, I'm also convinced, for reasons I will explain in 2 days' time, that the moons are very likely to be the current shades of the primordial one. I think that is a real distinct possibility now. Before it was more of like a, you know, I forgot how these puzzles work. Oh, right. Okay, I see. Is it just going to bounce it back and forth? But yeah, I really think it's possible that these are like, oh. It just totally... Oh, I see. I missed the timing. That's okay. We're fine. We'll get it. As I partially pay attention. Yeah, so like, I'm somewhat convinced... Oops. I think I did it again. That the moons are actually also being shades of the primordial one right now. There we go. And if that's the case, then they've also got additional names. So they'd have like Aria, Sonnet, and Canon, and the Eternal, Iridescent, and Frost, and then they'd have like Renova, Istaroth, and whatever the heck the other ones are. And that's a lot of names. So we'll see. We'll see. The Trivia and Luna thing might just be different names for like the moons as a whole, because like they're a triplicate goddess, like as far as we know. So I do wonder about that. Also, there is a relation to Hecate as well, which is interesting in context. Which is also a triplicate goddess. Where's the other one? There's like two of these. Oh, it's over there. So we'll see. 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 And then we have Raptor Rex. Did I see Fischl's Traveler's Tales where she talks about Paimon evolving into something greater? I'd assume that's related to the moon story. I did see it. In fact, I did all of the anecdotes on stream. Very rare, I know, but it was like a 4-hour stream where we did all of them. And I mean all of them. That's all we did for the whole stream. But yeah, no, I do recall. I do recall. I've been thinking about Paimon and like her obsession with food and eating and stuff like that, and like how little things can fuse together to become bigger things. I think of that a lot. Oh, I'm not gonna do this right, am I? Can I just like shoot it straight? I bet you can't. That would just be cheating, right? Yeah, it's gotta be red first. Okay. Oh, wait. I gotta wait and then move it. Okay. Okay, so I've been thinking about, like, Paimon eating and stuff. Just, like, a lot of stuff and, like, little things becoming small things. And I'm just like, I wonder if Paimon's eating a lot of slime so that she can, like, grow up and become something really big eventually. Because that would totally fit with the idea. Woohoo! I got it! Also her being emergency food. But also eating all the time. Eat lots, evolve, become bigger. Big moons. There is a theory floating around about how it's possible that one of the moons shattered early and became all of the Sealies. Like they were once one big entity and then they became like a lot of little tiny entities, and those little tiny entities were the Sealies. I think it's in Records of Drayun. I could be wrong. The thing where they're referencing that. But that's also a thing. But we'll see. Comment, if Teyvat equals arc and Teyvatians equals memory data, then is Teyvat like the save file of a destroyed planet, like how Nahida saves Scar's memories with the story? If so, could that world be Earth? I mean, yeah, theoretically. I mean, even if you wanna... Oh, I don't want to finish this quest on this account right now. Even if you look at it from like a Honkai Impact perspective, which I think is reasonable because it's a Hoyoverse game and they like to connect everything back to Honkai if they can. Even if you think it's that, like, Honkai Impact is set on Earth, you know? So, it still works. I would not be surprised if it's actually supposed to be like a save file of Earth. Interestingly enough, I don't remember if I mentioned this in the Men of Lithen video, but like the Asimov Foundation series has a planet, like a sentient planet. Everything on the planet is sentient. And that planet's name is Gaia, which is, and it's not technically Earth, but it's named after Earth. But the interesting thing about Gaia that I thought, no, I don't want to do this on this one. The interesting thing about Gaia, in my opinion, is that Gaia doesn't remember anything from before it became sentient. So whatever history it had before, like, everything on that planet fused into one entity, like, it's just lost. The history's gone. So I thought that was interesting, in the context of Asimov's work being used as inspiration for Genshin, you know. We'll see how that works out. Whoa. I want meat! Gimme, 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 chicken. No bird flew here. Just flamingos. Just very angry flamingos. And angrier flamingos. All right, I'm actually kind of sick of Ochka Natlan because I've spent way too long here, so I'm going to wander around somewhere else. Is Shriekwaddle a good or bad dragon? We barely know anything about him personally. There's no such thing as a good or bad dragon. Don't Google that second term. If it's for your own good. The dragons are as morally mixed as humans. I mean, a pep isn't technically, like, kind to humans, but she's not a bad dragon necessarily. She just acts in her own interests, which is totally understandable. It's the same with Shriekwaddle. You know. They just act in their own interests. Even Durin wasn't, like, bad. You know? It's just that what he thought was being nice and playful and friendly to everybody wasn't actually being nice and playful and friendly to everybody. Like, there was a disconnect in, like, what he perceived as good behavior versus what everyone else perceived as good behavior. So I don't think you can actually say with confidence whether any of the dragons are good or bad. That actually goes for the abyssal dragons as well, because I really think the abyss is just a mirror. Just a bunch of mirrored data. So, you know, it's just reflecting different parts of whoever it's copying at the time. So, you know. I don't know if I can actually answer that one for that reason. Fencer Dario asked, Mavuika still has a pyronosis and Capitano is in limbo as of now. Who in the Fatui could possibly take them now? Columbina because of the wheel theory? I think Columbina would be the most interesting one. She would be my preference because, you know, we haven't seen anything of her yet. Which will it be? I just want to see I want to see some new Harbingers, you know, like, I think realistically the Doctor is the one most likely to show up, because then that gives us an excuse to chase him into Nodcry, even though we're kind of already going there. It's almost like taunting. Alternatively, rather than having a Fatui come and fetch it, I wonder if we'll get a messenger from the Fatui instead, like maybe from Child, who's being used as an errand boy or whatever, who will give us a letter that says, hey, why don't you bring us the Gnosis and we'll talk? And then maybe you have to convince Mavuika to actually give you the Gnosis. Or like the Traveler, the Gnosis specifically. I think that's also possible. Which one's more likely? I'm not really sure. Yo Orange asked, I want to know why people say Genshin is dying without any proof of that. I'm thinking about making a video about it. I mean, if you want some easy clicks, go ahead. I think you'll end up with a really toxic comment section, so if you're up for that, go for it. Regardless of whatever your stance is on it, I think you'll just end up with a really toxic comment section. It's just something to be aware of whenever you decide a topic. People say Genshin is dying because there's been a significant drop in revenue for certain months and stuff like that. I would argue that Genshin isn't necessarily dying, but like all live service games see a natural drop-off over time. Some of them experience it sooner and faster than others. Some of them it takes longer, you know? So there's an expected fall-off that they're gonna hit after a while. And I think they've sort of started to hit that point where they are either having stagnant growth or no growth. Like the growth isn't significant, or even in some cases it might be down. I'll also say that I think some people just really hate Genshin and just want it to fail so badly that they look for any sign of anything that could possibly be bad about the game, and then they go, oh my god, it's dying, right? But in addition to even simple things like games having natural drop-off, something to keep in mind is that the market for like high quality live service games with really good graphics and complex story with full voice acting and that kind of stuff, like that used to be an anomaly. It's becoming more and more common, which means that, you know, these companies are competing for attention and competing for dollars, because this isn't like the AAA game space or even the indie game space where people can like buy lots of the same type of game because they don't have to play them all simultaneously, you know? They can play more of those games. So there's less technical competition for those. But when it comes to live service, you're in direct competition. So, I mean, regardless of how well, for example, Wuthering Waves did or does, like it will siphon some of the people who were playing Genshin or who are playing Genshin. Like it just will. And maybe they don't siphon Genshin players. Maybe they siphon HSR players. Maybe they siphon Zettenstone Zero players. Like, you know what I mean? And we've got like 10 more of those games coming this year from different companies. Even if you look at games like Infinity Nikki, you know, like that's a very different type of game, but it's really high quality. It's going to attract certain people. And there's only so many hours in the day that you can play games. And that you would want to. So just keep that in mind. Definitely just keep it in mind. Razorclaw, thanks again for the super. Reason for Genshin dying, thank Tectone for that being the big bad Hoyo hater. Yeah, he does seem to have a very big bone to pick with Hoyoverse in general. I don't know what he's been saying, so I can't really say, but I know that he's not particularly fond of the games anymore. Used to be. But yeah, I mean, like, it definitely depends on who you're listening to, you know. But all games have a lifespan, even these so-called infinite live service games. They will end eventually. That's something to keep in mind. And the fact that games can go away is kind of what makes them great. I'm just saying. The web event says that the frost moon stopped turning, so what if that corpse is just a moon sister in sleep mode, dream aria, or stasis? Very possible. I'll have more stuff on that later this week. Can I blame him with a staff of homelessness? Yeah, okay, to be fair, he was a whale before they put in all the safeguards on the summoning. That's true. Like, that's valid. It's valid to be really bitter about a game after it treats you that badly. Yeah. You saw someone make a video that there's a possible news on Genshin 2. I mean, I don't even think you have to look for news for that, because, like, they've already sort of done that. If you look at Honkai Impact, right? They basically just finished, well, I say just, like, within the last 9 months, I think, they finished their part 1. So they took their main cast that they launched the game with and everything, and they took them basically towards their inevitable conclusion. And they gave the story an ending. But then they made part 2. And it's not like a whole new game that you have to download. It's the same game. But, like, there's new main characters, there's new places to explore, there's new story, there's all sorts of kind of stuff. Like, they basically restarted the story of the game, like the narrative, with different characters and stuff like that. But they didn't make a whole new game, right? Like, they didn't shut this one down and then make a new one. So, like, if I honestly think that is the more realistic situation for Genshin, because otherwise they'd actually have to shut this game down. So I think they would just make a Genshin Chapter 2 or something. So. Hold on. All right. Razorclaw asked if Alice is a Seelie or a Jinn, how did Klee come to be? I don't have a lot of thoughts on this, but I'll give you two possibilities, which I kind of added in chat, but I'll reiterate them again. One interesting thing is that, like, during the Golden Apple Archipelago, like the first one, Alice seemed to imply that she found Klee, or that Klee was brought to her or something, which would technically make them not blood related, which would be very interesting. But also, if Alice is a Jinn, the way I think she might be, or a Seelie, or either of them really, we do have instances of Jinn reproducing, right? Like Lilupar had kids. And we do have an instance of a Seelie reproducing. That would be the goddess of flowers, because she produced the whole race of the Jinn from her blood. So, like, I feel like there may not be a father for Klee. I think that's possible. I think that would be like the one interesting aspect of that. The potential for Klee not actually having a dad. Alice reproducing asexually, kind of like a mushroom just sort of budding. Little Dodoko babies. That'd be kind of funny. And then Taku asked, what are my thoughts on the pillar in Mavuika's PV when she saves us and the Natlan gang? And I still don't know what pillar we're talking about. I've asked twice and then completely lost the plot, and I don't know if Taku's still here. So I'm still not sure what that's in reference to. Community instantly. I don't mind being Klee's father. Valid. My little rainbow buddies. Look at them. Look at them. Look at my little rainbow buddies. I love them. I love the Monatus. They're so cool. The place where they pull the sword out of? I don't know. Could Skirk and Arlecchino be the two halves of the new moon, aka Seela archetypes of Hoyoverse for death and rebirth? Skirk's design matches the Phantom of the Deep skin from Hokai Gakuen with Arle with Velius. Or Velus. I'm having a dyslexic moment. That is Velius. I don't think either of them are fragments of the moon. I really don't. I really don't. I think they're a lot less special than people give them credit for. And I might catch a lot of flack for saying that, but like it feels really, 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 really odd that the fragment of a moon sister would only be ranked number 4 of the Fatui Harbingers. Like, that is where I kind of like, I don't think so. You know? And I could say the same for Skirk. Like, why would the fragment of the moon be a student of a sinner from Conria? Like, what would put the sinner from Conria sort of in an elevated spot above her, for example? That's what I don't quite get. So that one's a little difficult for me to reconcile with. What am I expecting from the upcoming web event? Question marks. Honestly, because there are 11 of them, I'm still thinking we're going to get little tidbits on the 11 Fatui Harbingers. I really do. I don't know what else they could possibly put there beyond like 11 facts from Nod Cry, and I'm that sounds really boring. You want to know more about the giant obelisk in the Night Kingdom surrounded by dark fire? I think that's supposed to be where one of the primary pillars for the Lord of the Night, but I don't think that's actually confirmed anywhere. That's just me speculating. Even though we don't have 11 Harbingers anymore, I mean, yeah, we've got 9, technically, because the 10th one's always been missing. But I mean, okay, no, technically we do have 10, because Piero would count as number 0. If that theory holds. Either that or he is number 10. So it's just one we're missing, really. Well, I guess there's Senora too. But like I said, like Senora could come back up again. I still think that's possible. I really do. That's not even coping. Like, I'm not someone who really, like, wants Senora to come back. I'm just, like, I just feel like that is plausible. You know? Hey. We'll just sit here and wait. The visuals of the web event show 3 moons combined into the new moon, so what do you think about that? I mean, I think they're all part of the same system. Which I'm not going to comment on any further for right now, for reasons. But, like... When we talk about lunar deities, usually if they're basing them on a triple goddess, like, usually it's a goddess with 3 faces, or it's, like, 3 facets, or something like that. You know what I mean? So, like, the 3 is actually 1 in a lot of ways. So I think of them as, like, 3 parts of the same system. That's kind of how I think of them. But since they're all overlapping on each other, they're basically forming a syzygy. Because they're coming into alignment. I never really realized this, but all of these trees look just like candles full of wax, don't they? Don't these trees look like candles with purple flames? They totally do. They totally do. Totally do. Jonathan Byerstan, thank you for this super. There's no question, but you did say that you can't stay for the stream or think of a question, but I wanted to say hi. You're great. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoy everything. It's very nice of you. I'm Peth. Thank you for the super. Was it ever actually stated that the Harbinger numbers are equal to their strength? I feel like Tartaglia could take members higher than him. Yes, it was doubled down on, I think. I think Arlecchino doubled down on it. I could be wrong on that. I'm pretty sure she did. I remember it being doubled down on. I don't know if this is really the best time for me to go looking for this. I swear it was doubled down on, though. It might be in a quest dialogue somewhere. I think it might have been in quest dialogue. I'll have to go look for it later. I'm pretty sure it was doubled down on, though. I'm fairly certain. Maybe somebody else remembers where it was. You can't fully remember, but I believe you were the one who theorized that Guizhang could possibly be Marionette, and I want that to happen. That would be really funny. That theory came out before Fontaine in the Narcissenkreuz quest, and I'm sorry to say that the more likely theory to me at this point is that Marionette is more closely linked to... Why am I drawing a blank on her name? What's her name? Oh my god. The girl from Narcissenkreuz. Oh god. Why can't I remember her name? I don't remember. I'm blanking. Marianne! Yes, because Mariannette. Right. Yes. Thank you. I kept going Maria in my head, and I'm just like, that is not right. That is not right. What's going on? Yeah, it's kind of annoying that I forgot that when her name makes such a great pun. Mary Annette. Yeah. Bro, look at the chat. I do. Okay, listen. Chat is like 10 seconds behind me. I am looking at chat, but like I'm in the future. Understand that. You forgot the name of Dragonspine yesterday? Don't worry. Yeah, listen, I got a horrible memory for names. Unless they're dog names. I'm pretty good at dog names. I met this one dog the other day whose name is Pizza Boy. Like, straight up, his name is Pizza Boy. I'll never remember his owner's name, but I will remember that dog's name forever. Do I really believe Capitano's story hasn't finished yet? Yeah, I think there's still more to it. I don't necessarily know how confident I am about him being playable, but I do feel like there will be more to his story that would teach us more about the Lord of the Night and Seelies and the Night Kingdom and kind of the true nature of consciousness. I really feel like they'll go that way with him because he doesn't feel done. But that's also entirely vibe-based. It's not really based on anything concrete. So, like, again, take it with a grain of salt. It's kind of my opinion. Since I'm in the future, can you get us the winning lotto numbers? No. I can only play the Maine State Lottery. How many of you are actually in the state of Maine? Come on, be real. Did one of the moons pull a Judas? It depends on the myth you look at and whether or not you think those myths are totally right. Because, like, there's some, like, how do I... There's obviously some commonalities between a lot of the myths about the Moon Sisters that we find in-game that kind of match with what we see in the teaser and all that, but, like... In a couple of them, in a couple of the myths, it actually says that the Moon Sisters fought against each other, like they turned on each other. So it's possible because there is at least one instance of it. But I don't know how likely it is. I don't know if like that's the embellished version or if that's the one that's true. But it's possible. Matt F., thank you for the super. Who's the most interesting Harbinger to you and why? You're looking at him. This is my favorite one. Right here. I like this one. If you want to know why, I think I've made 5 videos on him at this point. Overall, I like characters that experience significant growth. So I appreciate the fact that Wanderer started off as Scaramouche in like a very dark place, and he went through a lot to get out of it. And he's actually like, you know, I guess going through his redemption arc, if you want to think of it that way. I don't even know if I would call it necessarily a redemption arc. But I like the fact that he's learning to take responsibility for the things that he's done. I like that. So, like, overall, his whole story is really good to me for that reason. I have a strong fondness for any character who has substantial growth over the course of a story. So yeah, that's my favorite one. Will some of the other ones become interesting to me? Maybe. I mean, there are some Harbingers that are interesting to me in terms of like the greater context of the world that they exist within. Like there are sort of implications and that kind of stuff. But insofar as like their own personal stories, like them as a character apart from their relation to the world sort of thing, it interests me a bit less. And I don't have that same thought about any of the other Harbingers right now. Because even though, like, for example, Child is very interesting as far as lore implications go, he's not that interesting as, like, a character because he hasn't really had a story yet, if that makes sense. Like, there's not really been any development for him in any direction. And that's not me hating on him or anything like that. It's just saying that, like, Hoyo hasn't done the thing that I like with him yet. So, like, I don't feel any affinity for him. And the same can honestly be said for Senora and Arlecchino. I mean, Arlecchino has been through quite a bit, but I also just, like, I like her. But I don't feel like she went through character growth necessarily. And although she kind of did, it was all in the past. Like, we didn't walk through it with her. So, I don't know. I'm a little finicky that way. We don't have to be, like, the one to urge her character growth. It's just, like, one of those things that I like to witness in real time rather than, like, just look at, this is my history in flashbacks, you know? I'd rather witness the moment that they decide to change. Live, in real time, and not in, like, a flashback PV. What's my stance on the Archons versus Sovereigns debate? I don't know what debate that is. Like what? Strength? Ethics? Morals? What are we talking here? You gotta be more specific. What if the Harbingers use their new names similar to how ancient names work so they don't replace them because La Signora and Capitano are dead, but not Rosalind or Thrain? Yeah, I mean, that's possible too. The story of the Crimson Witch is over, and the story of the Captain is over, but the story of Thrain and the story of Rosalind aren't over. Like, that I could see. I could see them rolling with that. That feels like the right amount of realistic, believable cop-out that Hoyo would go for in this case. To not kill off a character. Yeah, I know your argument is that Arlecchino did experience character growth, but she experienced it in the past. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, we weren't there with her for that. We didn't get to walk with her and witness her choices. They just happened to be in the past and we got to watch them in hindsight. You know what I mean? Like, take Farina, for example. We got to watch her moment of change in real time because we were present. She didn't necessarily change because of us, and I don't necessarily think that they should. It's just that, like, I want to go through that story with them. I don't want to watch it happen, necessarily. Not a redemption arc, it's a backstory. That's not a bad way to put it. Her growth is history, it's not current events. Because, like, if you look at any of the characters in game, right? If you look at any of them, and you read their character stories, like, you'll find that all of them have, like, significant character growth in their character stories, right? Like, that's totally fine. But I wasn't there for that, right? Like, Kaya, for example, hasn't had any character growth in the plot so far. He just hasn't. I mean, I guess there's some little tiny things about mending fences with family, but, like, overall, like, the moments where he changed, where he had his development, they happened in the past, you know? Like, they happened, they were events that happened. They weren't events we witnessed. So it's I know it's like a weird distinction, but, like, that's sort of what endears me more to a character than almost anything else, and that's one reason why Wanderer of the Fatui is you know, my top pick there. Because, like, again, don't get me wrong, I like Arlecchino, but I personally don't feel like in the time that I've known her, she's changed any. So that endears me to her a little less. That's all. I've run around in circles twice. I'm going somewhere else. I'm going somewhere else now. Didn't she take over the last Harbinger's position? I mean, she took over their last role of being the head of the House of the Hearth, but we don't know if she took over, like, her rank or anything. Flamingo. You mean you've been there and with her in that animation like 10 times now? But I know, but that happened in the past. It's not an immersive storytelling experience. It's a TV show that you watched. Right? It's the difference between watching Wicked on a movie screen years after it first came out versus watching it live in person on Broadway. For me, I prefer Broadway. You might prefer the movie. That's totally fine. My preference, Broadway. I want to go witness it myself. It might be the same story. Same things might happen. I want to witness it in real time. But Scaramouche was your favorite from the start before the character development? No, he was more like, he's more a gremlin. I like to collect gremlins. In general. So he was always going to be a character I liked. But he became my favorite because he experienced character development. There's a surprising amount of people who think sovereigns are weaker. I mean, they're welcome to think that. I don't care. I mean, remind the people who think that they're weaker that all of these archons are using stolen power that came from the sovereigns. So, like, you want to put them on even field, give them back their original power that belonged to them, and then see how they fare. Who do you think is the next one to get a story quest? Keep in mind that we still haven't gotten a second story quest for Fontaine yet. I hope it's Nouvelette. For a second story quest? Honestly, this isn't my preference. I wonder if they're going to go ahead and give us Mavuika's second story quest before both Farina and Nouvelette's. Reason being is that I wonder if Nouvelette's character story is going to need to take place a little further down canonically in the timeline, because it would probably have to do more with, his farther past, more dragon history. I'm wondering if they'll go that way. That's my hypothesis. Not my preference, my hypothesis, just to be clear. Venti story quest when? Never. I gave up trying to predict Venti's second story quest. I want it so bad, but they're never going to give it to us. I'm so mad. I want to know what's at the bottom of the tower. I want to learn more about Decarabian. Why won't they tell us anything? It's so frustrating. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. But that's my prediction. I think Mavuika will get them before Nouvelette and Farina. I don't even know if we'll get a Farina one for a long time. I have a feeling they're going to start treating Farina as a normal character, and so it might be a bit of a wild card if and when she'll get one. Just a hypothesis. That's not based on anything. CK, thank you for the super. Hello, I'm a bit curious on how you keep track of every detail along the way for the past 4 years. Do you have a short summary folder for each patch in the important book? You think I take notes? Nope. I don't take notes. I don't have any notes. Nope. The only time I take notes is literally when I am writing a script. That is it. And the only reason why I'm taking notes is because I have to have citations for the things that I'm including. And that's it. That's seriously the only time I'm taking notes. I don't have any folder of things. I don't have a folder of screenshots of important events. I don't have bookmarks. I don't have anything. I swear. I have a natural ability which basically allows me to remember about 80% of everything that I read, watch, or witness. And no matter what I do, I will never retain the remaining 20%. It'll just never happen. Won't happen. No good. Served me really well in high school, and it became a real problem in college because then I had to actually like turn in notes as like part of my final grade. And at college, because I had never taken notes up until college, I'd never had to. I did not know how to take notes. And it was actually a problem. I was sitting in class being like, what, I write what down? What do you mean? I don't understand. What? That was really hard. That was very hard for me. And it was so funny because my notes ended up turning... the notes I eventually started giving them wasn't like a list of things that the teacher was saying or anything, or like, you know, bulleted lists of things to remember or pages to study or whatever. I would draw diagrams. Like if the teacher said, and this caused a snowball effect, I would quite literally draw on my notebook paper a snowball in the middle of the page rolling down a hill with like the words of the thing that was causing the snowball effect. And then I would write the next thing and down at the bottom as like being the thing that it was gonna hit. And then like the whole page would end up as like this big, almost like, it was almost like a single page comic book, you know? So that ended up being how the first time I turned notes in like that, the teacher looked at me and they're just like, what am I supposed to do with this? And I'm like, I don't know. It makes sense to me. I mean, like, what do you want me to give you with notes? Like, I don't know how to take notes. This is how my brain functions. I have them somewhere. Like, I have a notebook full of them somewhere that I could probably go dig out and share at some point. But yeah, it was really, really, really funny. So no, I don't take notes. It's straight up, I just remember things. The way my brain works, so like part of the reason why that method of note-taking ended up working for me was solely because I have a very associative style memory. And by that I mean, if I remember one thing that's important, as soon as I remember the one thing, I'll be able to remember like the 10 other things that are connected to it. And if I remember one of those 10 things, I can remember 10 other things that are connected to that and then connected to that. And it's basically like this big old web that spirals outwards. So I only really need to technically keep in my mind like a few smaller pieces of information, and then you can just kind of like crawl those pieces of information outwards. It works out pretty well overall. I don't have too many problems with it. Grading on notes is weird. I don't think they were really grading on the quality of my notes. I think they were just grading notes to like prove that you were paying attention in class, and they just made up 20% of your grade. So even if I had like 100% on everything else in class, if I didn't turn in notes, I would have an 80. And I was just like, this is unacceptable. I can't do that. I don't like those statistics. That makes so much sense on why you go on tangents. Yeah, like I know a lot of people think I have ADHD. I don't. At least as far as I know, I don't. I'm not diagnosed as far as I know. I don't actually have any symptoms. Besides, apparently caffeine doesn't bother me. I guess that's considered a symptom of ADHD. I don't know. But it's honest to God, just the way that I remembered things that I think people mistake as ADHD, or maybe that is ADHD. I actually don't know. I've never really needed to know, so I haven't bothered. I have a kind of photographic memory. I don't know if it's photographic, but I know what you mean. I do have a good spatial memory. One of my jobs when I was in college was I was working on a farm. And every day we'd have to pick all the produce in the morning. I'd be up at like 4:30, and then I'd be packing produce until about like 10:30. And then from 10:30 to 11, it would be my job to pack the truck. And what we do is we put all the produce in all the display bins, and then we'd have to load up the truck with those display bins. And I had like a Tetris method for where everything went, depending on what part of the season that we were in and like how much of each thing that we had. And then I would get to the other end where I'd have to unload everything, and I would know exactly where everything is. I have a whole system for it. And there would be people coming in the back, or we're unloading. Oh, I ended up back here again. I did not mean to come back here. No. I had this whole system. I would unpack everything in a very specific order. And then when people asked me where stuff was, I could always tell them exactly where in the truck it was, even though I technically didn't make an effort to remember it. I just spatially knew where everything went. And to the credit too, when it comes to lore or where things are inside of a book, I will remember roughly the location within a book. I won't remember page numbers. I won't remember the chapter name, but I will be able to tell you like it's about 60% of the way through the book on the bottom right-hand corner, but like not right at the corner, but like just above it. And it's more on the right-hand side, the passage you're looking for. I'll be able to tell you stuff like that. And from there, I can actually like spatially map out the rest of the book, which is fun. I don't know what that's called. I don't think that's called a photographic memory, but it's probably somewhere around there. So I'm just very fortunate that I don't have to go and remember, like make an effort to write things down and review notes and stuff. I'm just very lucky, that's all. Some things just come down to luck. You remember things the same way? Yeah, awesome. Then you get it. I want to know if that has a name now. I don't think I've ever seen this quest. These guys are on the funnest date. Look at this. He brought her flowers. There's fruit. They arranged all the rocks in a heart. I'm marking this. I'm going to come back to this later. This is cute. I'll come back to this later. Adorable. Absolutely adorable. Well, you wonder if it's the same thing that Tim Rogers have? I don't know who Tim Rogers is. Eidetic memory? I don't know. I'll look it up. I'll look it up later. There is a chest there. Yeah, probably, because it's like a little mini quest thing. I kind of want to record it, though, so I'm going to do it later. It's the Simulanka heart. Oh my god, it is the Simulanka heart. You're right. Oh, man. After Simulanka, no one's allowed to tell me that the summer events don't foreshadow the next region. They're just not allowed to tell me that, which means I'm going to have to put in so much friggin' work in 5.7 or 5.8, whichever patch happens to be the one before Nod Cry. I'm gonna have to put in so much effort in predicting. I wasn't that far off for Natlan. I didn't expect him to be that literal, so now I'm gonna be like, damn, maybe I can be real literal with the Nod Cry stuff. Do it at night? Okay, I'll do it at night. I'll make a note of it. What are my thoughts on the Speaky Varka? I think you mean Sneaky Varka, but Speaky is a fun word. Being in Nod Cry and the expedition defending Dorman Port we got. I don't really have any like opinions on it because like we've been waiting for Varka stuff for so friggin' long. It's kind of like okay. But it does make me wonder, like, I feel like that expedition was initially one that was supposed to go to Conria. If they ended up in Nod Cry, what exactly did they find in Nod Cry that, like, derailed them? Also, I want to know if they have horses. Do they have the horses? I must know that. That is my one pressing question. I must know about the horses. I must know about the horses. I also, you know, like, I don't really want to get my hopes up about Dornman Port. Even though Mondstadt could really use an extension, like, we'd been talking about, like, Beta Harbor for quite a while, you know? Before it came out. And that ended up kind of going just nowhere. So I'm kind of the opinion that I just want to not think about that and maybe be pleasantly surprised if it's nice. And then maybe not be disappointed if it's not, you know? Just because it annoys me that we keep getting these like little areas that have literally nothing in them. And I'm just like, why? But hey, if Varka's one of the first playables that we get in Nod Cry, that would be amazing. But I swear to God, if they teased him this whole time and he's just an NPC, I'm a riot. I'm actually riot. Because that is messed up. Six years into Genshin, we finally get the horse models. Oh. You personally don't believe they'll treat Dorman Port like Beta Harbor, but yeah. I know it's less likely just because Mondstadt could really use the exploration expansion. So I'm really hoping it's more like the Chenyu Vale area. Not saying it needs to be that big, but like, you know, port-wise. I forget the name of that port. The port city, to be clear. What's the name of the port city? Hold on. Don't comment on my resin. I haven't been spending it. Leave me alone. Yilong! Yes, that one. This one. I hope Dornman is more like Yilong. Where it's like an actual city. With like some exploration area. It doesn't have to be as big as Chenyu Vale, but like I feel like Mondstadt. Look at Mondstadt compared to everywhere else. Mondstadt deserves an expansion, okay? I need Mondstadt to have something. Give me something. Although I will say the thing I want most is to know what's beyond this here. Hold on. We're gonna go this way for a minute. Oh, it's stormy out. Not ideal, but okay. No, I don't. Yeah, okay, we're going this way. Oh, wait, wind wall. I forgot about the wind wall. Okay, hold on. We're gonna go a different way because I forgot how to get out of the wind wall. Let's just go over here. There's like a whole gateway over here. That I'm really curious about. In terms of like what's beyond it. I would love to see this area get expanded and maybe then extend all the way up to Dorman Port. That would be nice. Oh yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right? With the door, yeah, the doorway gate area. Like it looks like they tried to make this whole area into like a walled off citadel, which they did. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember your Mondstadt lore, but like this was like a little mini to that, in that the wind barrier was sort of like a mini firmament, you know, like it was meant to keep everybody out and everybody in. Oh, I'm going in the wrong direction slightly. Yep, I'm going in the wrong direction. Yeah, that happens. That happens. They better not make him an NPC. I'm still like in my head stuck on that idea. He better not be an NPC. Yeah, okay, so this spot. This spot is wild. It's like this giant ass gate. This is like a city gate. And then it's just a wall with a lake. I bet some of you have never been here. Like, why? What if that's where the port is? What if it's like just beyond here? There's some really... Can you guys see those really tall mountains? Like the really spiky ones in the distance over there? That's kind of interesting. I'm gonna climb the wall. Oh, that's Fontaine. Okay. That makes more sense. Okay, so this is probably not where Dornmanport is going to be. But I do want to see where this is going, this spot here. That's just straight up Fontaine. Although... Yeah, so it's looking over here at Fontaine. And that's what those mountains are. Ooh. So there's something here. This could be where Dornman is. That would connect Liyue, all that kind of stuff. But I feel like it might be more likely to be over here. Honestly. But man, like if Snezhnaya is like here, then Mondstadt is really small. You know what I mean? Really small. Time check for the time blind mushroom. Listen, my alarm just went off. I had an alarm set. Yeah, see, I'm like way ahead of you. They never said Snezhnaya was next to Mondstadt nor Nod Cry. I mean, I'm assuming it is because... I'm just assuming it is because north. Like, they have to be in the Northlands. That means they should be up here, right? And the only place with, like, a lot of gap is over there. I mean, like, unless you want to tell me that Snezhnaya is above Natlan and Sumeru... I mean, you're welcome to tell me that. I won't believe you, but you're welcome to tell me that. But yeah, Mondstadt is so small, man. I'm still hoping, like, we can go under Cider Lake one day. I still hope that is one expansion that we get. Oh, the tree by Wolvendom? There is, oh, see, this is part of the lore I will never remember. There is lore about this, but where is it? We never really figure out what this tree is, but there is, like, a story or something that talks about the presence of Andreas being the reason why things have a difficult time growing in this area. I don't remember where it is. But yeah, well, it's been a hot minute since I fought this guy. This arena is still so pretty. I really like it. I wonder what it was before Andreas took it over. I don't think we ever figured that out. I don't know if that's ever said. I don't think it is. Was it Drunkard's Tale? It might be. That's one of the very few pieces of text that we have about Andreas. So it's plausible if it's there. That would be the place where it would be if it's there. Or if it exists, rather. Very pretty. Where in Tibet is Celestia, or the floating building draconic thing in the sky? I keep finding clouds. It is... Hold on. Let me get out of this foggy area. Let me get out of this foggy area really quick and I'll show you. That's Andreas's domain expansion right there. Also, it's nighttime. But they should be... Well, I guess it's not nighttime. It was just dark. I don't want vertical rollerblades. I'm just getting up to a good vantage point, don't mind me. Okay. Where am I? Okay. They should be right there. See it? Ta-da! Right above Shilonen's head. She can wear it as a hat. Fits perfectly. Why is Wolf's gravestone there? Because there's a dead wolf there. Wouldn't you put the wolf's gravestone where the dead wolf is? Do you think Rukadavada or Nahida could possibly be a moon sister? Moon pierced in the folio foliage suggests a relation? I think potentially yes. But I won't say anything else on that. But yeah, like they said, Celestia is typically right over Chenyu Vale. So if you can find Chenyu Vale, you can look towards it and you will find Celestia. After they got the 3D model and Chenyu Vale came out, the whole thing moved right over there. So I don't know if they're gonna keep moving it, but... Yeah. My Name for Now made some cool connections with the elements and the moons. I don't watch My Name for Now's stuff anymore because there's been a couple of instances where I have been jump scared in his videos by leaks. So I don't comment on them for that reason. Okay, just to clarify, that does not mean that everything that he does is based on leaks, but like once in a while, like he'll reference something that is leaked content and there's no like warning, like no content warning or anything. So I've been jump scared by it. And so I don't watch it anymore, basically. What about Aru Hiseki? As far as I know, Aru Hiseki does not reference leaks. I don't even think he reads them. Because, like, to me, there's a difference between, like, reading leaks and then including them in your work. If you're going to, like, push it publicly. And even if you do push it publicly, I really feel like you should be like, hey, there's going to be X content from upcoming patch here or something like that. Like, I feel like that should be present. But as far as I know, Aruseki doesn't even read them. Dowit had a wild crash out because of a leak? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Do you know that the ship on top of Ochkanatlan is actually the same altitude as Celestia? I did not know that. What's this about Moon Sister lore? I admit I've been out of touch about Genshin lore for a while, so it is about a trailer Genshin released a while back? Yes. But we're gonna wrap things up here for today. If you've got any questions about the moons, are gonna have to wait until I put my video out on them. Hopefully I can edit it before maintenance is done. Hopefully. Are the Moon Sisters twins? I mean, that would be kind of difficult because there's 3 of them. But, triplets, maybe. Or quadruplets, since there are technically 4 of them. Yep, patch starts this week. Last question. Who do you think Mini Durin was actually supposed to be foreshadowing for? Actual Durin, Shwikoatl, or the dragon we get to fight inside the volcano next patch, or all of them? I think both Durin and the little guy. I think, technically speaking, Wanderer was supposed to be representative of the Traveler, and Durin was supposed to be representative of the little guy. So, Durin's affliction, where he was like basically corroding everything, I think might be a reference to the curse that the little guy has. But I also do think that they're gonna go ahead and do something with Durin later. But I think in terms of like foreshadowing, it was mostly in relation to the little guy. Yeah. That's all I think we have time for today, I think. It's been a long stream, but I hope you guys had fun. We don't get to chat with other lore creators that often, and like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and try and find everybody's channels and stuff like that so I can put them in the description box if you guys want to check them out later. They all do pretty good stuff, and I say pretty good, I mean like really good. They all make good stuff. And it's always worth checking out. And people are always a lot more articulate and in-depth, like, in standalone videos than they are on stream. Because, like, when you have to do things on the spot, and especially if you don't have reference material and stuff like that, it's a little bit difficult to form, like, really nice, cohesive thoughts that flow well together. Especially if you have, like, thoughts about a rather complex topic. Or even not even complex, but, like, just a topic that has, like, a lot of moving parts. So, anyway, thank you all so much for showing up, coming out. I know this was very last minute. I forgot about this whole stream before last minute too, so it was a surprise for me as well. A surprise that I was warned about multiple times. So, it's a special type of surprise. The I keep forgetting about this surprise. But yeah, thanks again, guys. I will catch you. Oh, I'm gonna get hit. I'm gonna see you guys later. See. Maybe they can't reach me. Oh, nope, there it comes. Hi. Yep. Oh,